If you're tired, this is for you. There's nothing here you need to follow closely, no plot to keep track of, and no questions waiting at the end. Just a few long, slow stories from a galaxy far, far away, running quietly for the next 4 hours or so while you rest. The Star Wars galaxy is a good place to fall asleep in. It is enormous and old, full of wars that ended long ago, and people whose names have already passed into legend. None of it is urgent anymore. That distance is what makes it easy to sink into at the end of a long day. So let this play, set the volume somewhere comfortable, and let the words blur into background sound. If you drift off partway through the first story, you've lost nothing at all. The rest will keep going softly in the dark, and everything will still be here whenever you come back to it. 3 stories are waiting, stretching across thousands of years of galactic history. Each one runs from beginning to end, in order, at a pace meant to slow you down rather than pull you along. They are long, and they take their time getting where they're going, which is exactly what you want at this hour. You do not have to hold any of it in your head. The names and the dates will carry themselves, and whatever slips past you while you sleep was never yours to keep hold of anyway. Get comfortable, put the screen down if you're still holding it, and let your eyes close whenever they are ready. The first story is the longest, and it begins the moment 1,000 years of peace finally ran out. The Clone Wars burned for 3 years. By the time they ended, the Galactic Republic was gone, the Jedi Order was destroyed, and the galaxy belonged to an empire. What follows covers only the first year, from the political origins of the war, through the battles, betrayals, and failures that locked the Republic onto a path it cannot escape. The Republic did not stumble into this conflict, it was engineered into one. Chancellor Palpatine governed the Republic while commanding the Separatist movement through his Sith apprentice, Count Dooku. Under that manufactured war, the Jedi became generals and clones proved their worth in a system that would never recognize it. The Senate surrendered authority to a Chancellor who would never return it, and Anakin Skywalker began forming the bonds that Palpatine would one day use to break him. Year 1 covers the war's opening operational phase, primarily 22 BBY per Star Wars timelines published by DK in 2023. Some events in the final chapters may cross into early 21 BBY. They're included because the war's opening campaigns formed a continuous narrative. Every claim is drawn from canon sources only. Chapter 1: The First Day. Everything that followed traced back to one day, Geonosis. In a matter of hours, the Republic gained an army, the Jedi lost a generation, and one man tightened his grip on the entire galaxy. Geonosis was a barren desert world in the Outer Rim, home to an insectoid species and dominated by droid foundries producing battle droids for the Separatist cause. It housed the largest Separatist military concentration in the galaxy, and it was where the Clone Wars ignited. 212 Jedi would deploy to that world. Only 29 would come back. But that massacre did not happen in isolation. Before the arena, before the army, the war's true foundations were laid years earlier inside the Galactic Senate. The Military Creation Act had stalled in the Republic Senate. The bill proposed authorizing a centralized standing army for the Galactic Republic, an institution that had not maintained one for generations. Planetary defense forces and the Jedi Order had been sufficient during peacetime. Senator Padme Amidala of Naboo led the opposition. She argued that raising a military would provoke the growing separatist movement rather than contain it. Her position held the swing votes. As long as Amidala remained on the Senate floor, the bill would not pass. Palpatine needed her removed. The assassination chain accomplished that. Count Dooku hired the Mandalorian bounty hunter Jango Fett. Fett hired a Clawdite shapeshifter named Zem Wessel. Wessel made 2 attempts on Amidala's life on Coruscant. Both failed. But the attempts achieved their true purpose. The Jedi Council assigned Obi-Wan Kenobi to investigate the plot's origin and Anakin Skywalker to escort Amidala to safety on Naboo. Both assignments pulled critical players away from the capital. Obi-Wan's investigation led him to Kamino, and Anakin's protective detail took him to the Lake Country. The Senate opposition collapsed without Amidala's presence. With Amidala gone, the path to emergency powers opened. Representative Jar Jar Binks of Naboo served in her place. Maz Amedda, the Shagrian vice chair of the Senate and a close operative of Chancellor Palpatine, approached Binks directly and urged him to act in the face of the Separatist threat. Binks proposed that the Senate grant Palpatine emergency executive powers. The Senate voted in favor. The Military Creation Act itself was never brought to a formal vote. Emergency powers rendered it unnecessary. Palpatine could now authorize a military without Senate debate, without committee oversight, without an expiration date. Those powers gave the Chancellor sole authority to deploy armed forces and bypass peacetime regulation. In a single session, the Galactic Senate surrendered its military authority to one man. No one set a time limit or demanded conditions. That single vote would cost the Republic everything. Palpatine already had an army waiting. Obi-Wan's trail had led him to Kamino, a remote ocean world conspicuously absent from the Jedi archives. Its records had been erased. On Kamino, Obi-Wan discovered a massive cloning facility producing soldiers at industrial scale. Prime Minister Lama Su informed him that 200,000 units were ready, with 1 million more well on the way. The precise meaning of that number was unclear, whether a unit referred to a single clone trooper or a larger military formation was never clarified at the time. The soldiers were clones of one man, Jango Fett. Fett lived on Kamino, serving as the Army's genetic template and combat training advisor. He had negotiated a single, unaltered clone as a separate condition alongside his financial compensation. That boy, Boba Fett, would grow into one of the galaxy's most feared bounty hunters. But that lay years ahead. What mattered now was who had ordered the army in the first place. The Kaminoans stated that a Jedi Master named Sifo Dyas had placed the original order roughly a decade earlier. Sifo Dyas had served on the Jedi Council. He foresaw a coming galactic war through visions in the Force. The Council dismissed his warnings and removed him. Later, canon sources confirmed the full scope of the conspiracy. The Clone Wars Season 6 and Dooku Jedi Lost established that Sifo Dyas was murdered and his identity co-opted by the Sith to manage the project through intermediaries. Tales of the Jedi showed Dooku erasing Kamino from the Jedi archives. None of this was known when Obi-Wan arrived. What he found was a fully operational army built on a dead man's name, waiting for a republic that had never ordered it. Palpatine activated the clone army the same day the Senate granted him emergency powers. The Republic did not ask who funded it, it asked how quickly it could deploy it. 212 Jedi had already departed for Geonosis. Most of them would never return. Obi-Wan had been captured after infiltrating a separatist gathering on the planet. He discovered that the Confederacy's founding leadership had assembled on Geonosis. Count Dooku, Newt Gunray of the Trade Federation, Poggle the Lesser of the Geonosians, Sandhill of the Banking Clan, Wat Tambor of the Techno Union, and Shu Mai of the Commerce Guild. Droid foundries across the planet were producing battle droids at enormous scale. Obi-Wan transmitted his findings to the Jedi Council before Geonosian forces captured him. Anakin Skywalker and Padme Amidala attempted a rescue from Naboo. They were also captured, and all three were sentenced to public execution in the Petranaki Arena. Mace Windu refused to wait for the clone army to arrive. He assembled a Jedi strike team of 212 and flew to Geonosis. Not all of them fought inside the arena. Some were deployed against the orbital defense cannons protecting the planet. Others flew starfighter support over the desert. The 212 represented the total Jedi force committed to the rescue. Inside the arena, the situation collapsed within minutes. Geonosian warriors flooded in from every tunnel entrance. Battle droids poured through the gates. 3 execution beasts, a Reek, a Nexu, and an Acklay tore across the arena floor. The Jedi fought with lightsabers in a confined space with no cover, no tactical advantage, and enemies closing from every direction. Blaster fire came from the stands, from the gates, and from droid formations assembling on the arena floor itself. The Jedi had trained for duels, not for suppressive fire from 300 directions. The sheer density of incoming fire turned lightsaber deflection into a survival exercise, and Jedi were struck down before they could establish defensive formations. Jedi Council member Coleman Trebor, a Verk, reached Count Dooku's observation balcony and moved to engage him. Jango Fett shot Trebor twice in the chest from close range. Trebor fell from the balcony. During the same battle, Mace Windu confronted Fett directly. Windu closed the distance through blaster fire and killed Fett with a single lightsaber strike. The genetic template for the entire clone army died in the same arena where those clones would soon arrive to fight. Across the arena and the desert above, the Jedi fell in numbers the Order had not seen in a millennium. Jedi Master Semper Vey was hit by a Geonosian sonic blast during the chaotic retreat from the arena. Her Padawan, a young Jedi named Escada Karis, witnessed her die. As Delilah S. Dawson depicted in Inquisitor Rise of the Red Blade, Akaris carried that trauma for the rest of her life. It fed her isolation, deepened her anger, and ultimately drove her into the Empire's Inquisitorious program. Of the 212 Jedi who went to Geonosis, only 29 returned to Coruscant. Yoda arrived with the first wave of clone troopers before the last surviving Jedi in the arena was overrun. Republic assault ships descended onto the desert plains. 200,000 clone soldiers deployed in formation against a Separatist droid army that vastly outnumbered them. The Republic caught the Separatists still loading transport ships at their staging areas. That narrow window of surprise was the only tactical edge the clones possessed. The battle that followed was enormous and brutal. Republic gunships strafed droid formations across open desert. ATTE walkers pushed through defensive lines, while LAAT transports dropped reinforcements behind Separatist positions. Self-propelled homing spider droids and Hellfire tanks tore through clone positions in return. Gunships were shot from the sky. Clone squads that had been deployed minutes earlier were wiped out before they could reach their designated rally points. Casualties were severe on both sides, but the clones adapted under fire. Units that lost their commanding officers reorganized around surviving sergeants and continued advancing. They had been engineered for exactly this. The Separatist army suffered heavy losses on the surface, but Dooku's forces retreated with the majority of their fleet and droid reserves intact. Geonosis itself was never secured. The planet remained in Separatist hands, and its droid foundries continued production. The Republic celebrated a victory. In practical terms, the Confederacy had simply pulled back to fight another day. But the most consequential events of Geonosis unfolded away from the main battle. Count Dooku retreated to a hangar on the outskirts of the battlefield. Obi-Wan and Anakin pursued him. Dooku fought with a refined precision built on decades of experience. He had trained under Yoda himself and had spent a lifetime mastering lightsaber combat. Against Obi-Wan, he struck with controlled efficiency, wounding him with Force Lightning before landing blade strikes to the arm and thigh. Against Anakin, he was dismissive. Anakin lost his right arm to Dooku's blade in a single stroke. Yoda arrived and engaged Dooku directly. The two fought with the Force and with lightsabers. Dooku could not overcome his former master. Instead, he used the Force to collapse a heavy support pillar towards the wounded Obi-Wan and Anakin. Yoda caught the pillar rather than Perse, and Dooku escaped. He flew directly to Coruscant and landed in the abandoned industrial sector known as the Works. There, Dooku delivered the Death Star plans to Darth Sidious. Blueprints for a planet-killing battle station now rested in the hands of the man who also controlled the Republic Senate. Before departing Geonosis, Dooku had revealed something to Obi-Wan that should have ended the war before it started. He told Obi-Wan that a Sith Lord named Darth Sidious controlled the Galactic Senate. It was the truth. Every word was accurate. Obi-Wan reported the claim to the Jedi Council. Mace Windu concluded that Dooku was attempting to undermine trust in the Republic and divide its allies. Yoda noted that the dark side clouded the Jedi's ability to perceive the truth. That admission should have given the Council pause. it did not. If the Council had investigated the claim seriously, the Republic might have discovered its Chancellor before the war matured. The Sith Lord who controlled the Senate remained undetected. The Jedi would not revisit Dooku's warning for years. In the quiet aftermath, Anakin Skywalker and Padme Amidala returned to Naboo. They married in secret in the Lake Country, on a terrace overlooking the water. A Naboo holy man officiated. The only guests were C-3PO and R2-D2. No Jedi attended. No senator was informed. The marriage violated the Jedi Code's strict prohibition on attachment. Anakin was 19. He had just lost his right arm. He carried grief and violence from Tatooine that he had confided to no one except Padme. The full weight of that burden would emerge later. For now, the bond was sealed, and that bond would become the deepest vulnerability in Anakin Skywalker's life. Palpatine would use it to destroy him. The first day was over, and the Clone Wars had begun. Palpatine held emergency powers with no expiration. The Republic had accepted a clone army of unknown origin without scrutiny. The Jedi had sent 212 of their own to Geonosis and buried most of them in the sand. The Separatists had retreated with the bulk of their forces intact, guaranteeing a prolonged war. Anakin had married in secret, and the Death Star plans were in the hands of the Sith. None of it was accidental. Each visible step had a visible explanation. The assassination led to an investigation. The investigation revealed an army. The army met a war. Each event appeared reactive. None of it was. The Clone Wars were not a conflict between the Republic and the Confederacy. They were a mechanism assembled by one man to destroy the Jedi, dissolve the Republic, and deliver an empire. Dooku told Obi-Wan the truth on Geonosis. The Jedi dismissed it. The war could have ended that day, but Palpatine had already ensured it would not. Chapter 2: Knights to Generals. The Republic won Geonosis. Now, it had to figure out how to fight a galactic war with an order of Force-sensitive monks and an army of strangers. The answer came fast, and the Jedi never recovered from it. Within days of Geonosis, the Jedi Order underwent its most dramatic transformation in a generation. The temple on Coruscant held a wartime knighting ceremony beneath the great tree in the training courtyard, with Mace Windu presiding. Senior Padawans who had not yet completed the formal Jedi trials were elevated to the rank of knight based on wartime need alone. Anakin Skywalker stood among them, 19 years old, recommended by Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan himself was promoted to Jedi Master and placed on the Council, filling the seats vacated by Coleman Trebor's death on Geonosis through a rotation of Jedi Masters whose permanence was never clarified. As Mike Chen depicted in Brotherhood, the ceremony carried an urgency the Order had never felt before. Peacetime standards had been abandoned. The war demanded Jedi in the field, and the Temple provided them. The contradiction at the heart of the Order was immediate. Within hours of the ceremony, Mace Windu addressed the newly knighted Jedi. His words carried echoes of what he told Chancellor Palpatine just days earlier on Geonosis, that the Jedi were keepers of the peace, not soldiers. He believed it. The Council believed it. And yet, every knight standing beneath that tree was about to be handed a battalion of clone troopers and sent to the front lines of a galactic war. No one in the Jedi Temple offered a satisfying explanation for how both things could be true. The Jedi had defined themselves as peacekeepers for 1,000 years. That identity was now gone. The Council treated the shift as temporary, but it was not. The transition extended beyond the Temple. Across the galaxy, Jedi who had spent their careers mediating trade disputes or studying the Force in remote enclaves were now expected to lead clone battalions into combat. Many had never commanded troops, and some had never witnessed sustained fighting outside a training hall. The archives held centuries of lightsaber technique and Force philosophy, but almost nothing on military logistics, battlefield medicine, or the coordination of armored infantry. Clone officers fill some of those gaps, drawing on their accelerated training to compensate. But the command structure was clear. A Jedi general led each unit. The clones followed orders. Whether those orders were sound depended on whether the general giving them had learned to think like a soldier. Most had not. The order was learning warfare in real time, under fire, with lives depending on decisions made by commanders who had been monks a week earlier. The fractures inside the Jedi Order appeared almost immediately, and the first came from the most unexpected source. A Zabrak initiate named Mil Alabeth approached Anakin inside the Jedi Temple. Mil possessed powerful emphatic abilities through the Force. She could feel the emotions of others with overwhelming intensity. Proximity to violence and combat caused her severe physical distress, sometimes nausea so acute that she could not stand. Mil told Anakin that she had no desire to wield her lightsaber. She wanted to help people, not fight them. But Anakin had just been knighted into a war he believed in. He stood across a child who could feel the suffering that war produced and wanted no part of it. And no answer came. Mil represented something the Council had no framework for, a Jedi whose gifts were incompatible with the role the Order had just accepted. The Force expressed itself through her in a way that rejected the war entirely. This was not dissent, it was misalignment. This conversation never made it into the Temple archives. And while Mil challenged the Order's direction, Anakin was already turning to the one person the Jedi should have feared most. Within the broader events of the Cato Neimoidia crisis depicted in Brotherhood, Anakin confessed the Tusken Raider massacre to Chancellor Palpatine. He went to Palpatine rather than Obi-Wan, the Council, or any fellow knight, and the choice itself revealed how isolated Anakin had already become within the Order. Obi-Wan was his closest ally, but Obi-Wan represented the Jedi Code, and the Code would have demanded consequences. Palpatine demanded nothing. The confession was devastating. On Tatooine, weeks before Geonosis, Anakin had returned to find his mother Shmi tortured and dying in a Tusken Raider camp. Rage fueled by the dark side consumed him. He slaughtered the entire camp. Anakin had told only Padme at the time, in a moment of raw grief on Naboo. Now, he told the Chancellor of the Galactic Republic. Palpatine responded with understanding. He offered comfort rather than condemnation, framing the massacre as a natural response to grief, something any loving son would feel. The confession was never reported to the Jedi Council. That restraint was calculated. Palpatine had positioned himself as the only person in Anakin's life who accepted him without judgment, without correction, and without the burden of the Jedi Code. The bond between them deepened with each conversation, each reassurance, each quiet act of acceptance. Anakin was being pulled away from the Order one confession at a time, and he could not see it happening. Meanwhile, the war's first contested mission tested whether the Jedi could function as military commanders. The Jedi Council deployed Mace Windu with a handpicked team to the jungle world of Hisrich. Kit Fisto, Prasad Dibs, and Reza Mano accompanied him. Their mission was to investigate separatist activity on a planet the Republic had largely ignored. Hisrich was remote, sparsely populated, and of little strategic value to the wider war. What the team found changed the nature of the mission entirely. A massive energy harvesting operation was strip mining the world's natural resources under separatist direction. Civilians had been displaced from their homes, native species were dying, and the jungle was being destroyed sector by sector to fuel separatist war production. The Council had sent 4 Jedi to investigate. What they needed was an army. Prasad Dibs saw what the other Jedi preferred not to see. Dibs was a Maraluka, a species born without eyes who perceived the world entirely through the Force. On Hisrich, he witnessed civilian casualties firsthand. The sight broke something in him. He challenged Windu's leadership openly, accusing the Jedi Council of warmongering and arguing that the Order had abandoned its principles the moment it agreed to serve as the Republic's military arm. The Jedi had no business leading armies. Dibs insisted. The mission on Hisrich was proof. Innocent people were dying, and the Jedi had placed themselves in the middle of a war they could have refused. Windu held firm. He argued that the Jedi had a duty to protect the innocent, and that walking away from the war could leave billions undefended. Dibs rejected the argument. His challenge escalated from verbal dissent to violence. For the first time in living memory, a Jedi raised a blade against the Council over the morality of the war. Mace subdued him without lasting injury. As depicted in Jedi of the Republic Mace Windu, issues 1 through 5, the aftermath was swift. The Jedi Council found Dibs guilty of insubordination and treason, and Ki-Adi-Mundi delivered the verdict. Mace advocated for rehabilitation over execution and recommended that Dibs be confined to work in the Jedi archives. A Jedi Master who had challenged the morality of the war was removed from active service in the first weeks of the conflict. The dissent was silenced. The underlying argument about the Order's role in the war was never addressed. Dibs was not the only Jedi who saw what the conflict was costing, but he was one of the first to say it aloud, and the Council's response made the price of speaking clear. The message carried through the temple: serve the war or be removed from it. This was not an isolated fracture, it was a pattern, and at the same time, a new enemy had emerged from the shadows of the Confederacy. Brotherhood established Asajj Ventress's first canon encounters with Obi-Wan and Anakin during the Cato Neimoidia crisis. Ventress was a Dathomirian Night Sister, a member of an ancient Force-sensitive clan from the planet Dathomir, trained by Count Dooku as his personal assassin. She wielded twin red lightsabers and fought with a ferocity that matched most Jedi Knights in single combat. Dooku deployed her as a targeted weapon, using her for sabotage, assassination, and psychological warfare against Republic commanders. She answered to Dooku alone and functioned outside any formal separatist military structure. She was not Sith, she was not Jedi. She was something the Order had no classification for. Ventress signaled something the Jedi had not fully processed. The Separatists were fielding dark side Force users outside the Sith tradition. Ventress operated as Dooku's weapon, but she held no formal Sith title. The Jedi's intelligence framework assumed the rule of two, the ancient Sith doctrine that only a master and an apprentice could exist at any given time. Ventress broke that assumption. She can match a Jedi Knight in lightsaber combat, command battle droids in the field, and disappear before Republic forces could pin her down. And she was only the first. More dark-side operatives would follow. But the deepest threat to the Jedi Order lay beneath the temple itself. Yoda had admitted before the war that the dark side of the Force clouded the Jedi's ability to see the future, and Mace confirmed that their collective Force sensitivity had diminished. Most on the Council attributed this to the growing influence of the Sith somewhere in the galaxy, a vague explanation that satisfied no one and prompted no investigation. The real cause was far more specific and far closer to home. The Jedi Temple on Coruscant was built directly on top of an ancient Sith shrine. James Luceno described it in Tarkin as a rock-walled enclosure deep beneath the temple's foundations. The Jedi had built their seat over buried darkness, believing proximity would neutralize it. Instead, it normalized it. The shrine's dark side energy had been seeping upward through the structure for centuries, eroding Jedi perception slowly and invisibly. The corruption had been working against the Order for longer than anyone alive could measure. Every meditation, every council session, every attempt to reach into the Force and see clearly had been compromised by the very ground beneath them. The Jedi could not detect the Sith because the Sith had poisoned their home long before the war began. This was the institution now leading a galactic army, a council that treated internal challenge as treason. Knights promoted ahead of schedule and deployed without adequate preparation, a Supreme Chancellor who was the Sith Lord they could not sense, and a temple built on a foundation of dark side corruption that had been eroding Jedi perception for thousands of years. Every structural weakness the Sith needed to exploit was already in place. The war had not created these fractures, it had revealed them. And still, there were voices urging a different path. Duchess Satine Kryze of Mandalore organized the Council of Neutral Systems in 22 BBY. Over 1,500 star systems joined her coalition, formally refusing to fight for either the Republic or the Confederacy. Satine argued that both sides were escalating a conflict that diplomacy could resolve. In Brotherhood, Obi-Wan watched her formal declaration on the HoloNet from inside the Jedi Temple. A pacifist alternative existed. The Republic Senate dismissed it as naive. The Jedi Council treated it as irrelevant to the military reality they now faced. Obi-Wan, who shared a personal history with Satine stretching back to his years as a Padawan, watched in silence. He did not argue or defend the order. He simply watched. He could not endorse her position without undermining the institution he served. The Council of Neutral Systems represented the galaxy's largest organized rejection of the Clone Wars. It proved that not every system accepted the conflict as inevitable, but neutrality required protection, and the neutral systems had no military. Mandalore's pacifist government had dismantled its warrior traditions a generation earlier. Without the means to enforce their stance, Satine's coalition remained vulnerable to pressure from both sides. The Separatists viewed neutral worlds as future conquests. The Republic viewed them as obstacles to full mobilization. Hardliners in the Senate argued that neutrality in wartime was indistinguishable from support for the enemy. Satine's coalition would hold for a time, but the war would eventually reach Mandalore, and when it arrived, diplomacy alone would not stop it. The Jedi Order emerged from its first few weeks of war, changed in ways that could not be reversed. Knights had been promoted without trials, and the youngest members already sensed the weight of a role they had never trained for. A Jedi Master who questioned the war sat confined in the archives. The Order's most vulnerable knight had confessed his darkest act to the enemy rather than his own order. A dark side assassin now operated freely across the galaxy, and the temple itself sat on Sith corruption that none of them could detect. The Jedi had become generals. The war would now test whether they could lead. Christophsis would deliver that test, and the Republic was about to discover what the war's real pattern looked like on the ground. Chapter 3: War Template. Christophsis was the war's first real test, not because it was the largest battle or the most strategically important, but because it was the first campaign where everything went wrong at once. Blockade, betrayal, ground war, and political crisis collapsed on top of each other in a matter of days. The Republic survived it, but the pattern that emerged at Christophsis would repeat across every major campaign of Year 1, and the Republic would never learn from it. The planet was a crystalline world in the Outer Rim, rich in resources and positioned along key hyperspace lanes. The Separatists had occupied it early in the war and installed a full naval blockade under the command of Admiral Trench. Trench was a Harch, an arachnid species from Secundus Ando, whose career of destroying Republic fleets stretched back decades before the Clone Wars began. His tactical record was nearly flawless. The blockade over Christophsis consisted of roughly 30 capital ships, including Lucrehulk-class battleships and Munificent-class star frigates. Supply convoys could not reach the surface, and the civilian population was under siege. Republic forces on the ground were running low on ammunition, medical supplies, and food. The Jedi Council sent Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker to break the blockade and relieve the surface garrison. Anakin commanded a stealth ship, an experimental prototype equipped with a cloaking device. The vessel was one of the Republic's most closely guarded military secrets. Anakin used it to slip past the Separatist sensor grid and deliver critical supplies directly to the besieged forces below. The Admiral detected the supply drops and attempted to track the cloaked ship by locking onto its magnetic signature, but Anakin turned the tactic against him. He allowed Trench's tracking torpedoes to acquire the stealth ship's signal, then redirected the vessel so the torpedoes followed their original trajectory back towards the source. The resulting explosion tore through Trench's command ship. Trench survived, though the Republic would not discover that until much later in the war. As depicted in the Clone Wars Season 2 episode Cat and Mouse, the engagement proved that Separatist blockade tactics could be beaten with the right combination of Jedi improvisation and experimental technology. The victory also revealed a vulnerability in the Republic's approach. The stealth ship was a prototype. There was only one. The tactic that broke Trench's blockade could not be replicated at scale across every contested system in the Outer Rim. With the blockade disrupted, Republic reinforcements pushed to the surface. Obi-Wan and Anakin joined the ground campaign alongside Captain Rex and the 501st Legion. Rex had been assigned as Anakin's clone captain and second in command, and he was methodical, loyal, and capable of independent judgment under fire. The two formed an immediate working bond that would define the 501st's command structure for the rest of the war. Rex provided tactical discipline and a ground-level awareness of battlefield conditions. Anakin provided the aggression and unpredictability that kept Separatist commanders reacting rather than planning. Together with Commander Cody of the 212th Attack Battalion serving under Obi-Wan, the Republic established forward positions across the Crystal City and began pushing the Separatist droid garrison back block by block. But the real threat at Christophsis was not in front of them. It was inside their own ranks. Clone Sergeant Slick had been feeding intelligence to Asajj Ventress. Patrol schedules, troop positions, planned offensives, supply depot locations. Every move the Republic made on the surface of Christophsis, the Separatists already knew. Ambushes struck where they should not have been possible. Supply lines were cut before convoys could depart. And clone squads walked into kill zones that had been prepared hours in advance. The pattern of losses was too precise to be coincidence. Rex and Commander Cody began investigating the breach, cross-referencing patrol assignments against ambush locations, and checking which personnel had access to operational briefings. The process required them to treat their own brothers as suspects for the first time in the war. The investigation narrowed to Slick's platoon. When confronted, Slick admitted the betrayal openly, but he showed no remorse. Instead, he challenged the entire foundation of clone service. Slick accused the Jedi of treating clones as property rather than people. The clones had been engineered without consent, conditioned to obey, and deployed to fight a war that they had no voice in choosing. He argued that selling intelligence to the clone army was the only act of free will available to him. As depicted in the Clone Wars Season 1 episode The Hidden Enemy, Slick's defiance raised a question that neither the Republic nor the Jedi had addressed since the Army's creation. No one had determined whether clones were soldiers with rights or products with programming. Rex arrested Slick, and the breach was sealed. The investigation ended, but the question Slick raised stayed in the air. It was not answered. The Republic needed its army functional, not debating its own status. No formal inquiry followed the incident. Clone rights and autonomy were never reviewed. The clones continued to serve under the same conditions, and the institution they served continued to classify them as military assets rather than citizens. The Republic buried the question. It would resurface. Outnumbered garrison, internal breach, tactical improvisation, strategic distraction, no decisive capture. The pattern was forming. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Every major campaign of Year 1 would follow the structure. And in the middle of that war zone, a 14-year-old Padawan arrived with orders nobody had requested. Ahsoka Tano landed on Christophsis carrying a message from Yoda and an assignment that blindsided Anakin completely. She had been designated as his Padawan learner. Anakin had not asked for an apprentice, and he had not been consulted about the decision. The assignment came directly from Yoda, who believed that the responsibility of training a student would force the young knight to confront the attachment tendencies the Council had long observed in him. Teaching someone else to grow in the Force would require patience, selflessness, and the willingness to let go, the qualities the Council feared he lacked. Giving him a Padawan was a deliberate intervention. In practice, it meant Anakin received a teenager on an active battlefield and had to integrate her into combat operations immediately. A 14-year-old minor assigned to a combat command in an active war zone. The order that debated whether it should lead armies had just sent a child into one. Ahsoka was Togruta, brought to the Jedi Temple at age 3 after Plo Koon discovered her on Shiley, and determined to prove herself. She was also brash, argumentative, and inclined to improvise under pressure rather than follow established procedure. Her first interactions with Anakin were marked by friction. She challenged his orders, and he dismissed her lack of experience. Neither backed down easily, but the dynamic produced results. Ahsoka's presence forced Anakin to articulate tactical decisions rather than act on instinct alone. She asked the questions that seasoned officers had stopped asking. Over time, their relationship would evolve into one of the most consequential bonds of the entire war. The Christophsis ground campaign ended in a Republic victory as Separatist forces withdrew from the planet, but the Jedi Council had already issued new orders before the last droid column had retreated. Jabba the Hutt's son had been kidnapped, and the Republic needed the Hutts far more than it needed Christophsis. Rada, the infant son of Jabba the Hutt, had been taken from Tatooine and hidden on the jungle world of Teth. The kidnapping appeared to be a separatist operation. Jabba controlled the Outer Rim hyperspace lanes that the Republic desperately needed for supply routes, fleet movements, and troop deployments to contested systems. Without Hutt cooperation, Republic logistics across the entire Outer Rim would collapse. Convoys would need to reroute through contested lanes, doubling transit times to every forward operating base beyond the core. Palpatine ordered the Jedi to recover Rada and return him to Jabba, securing the Alliance before the Separatists could. Anakin and Ahsoka were reassigned from Christophsis to Teth immediately. Rex and the 501st accompanied them. Their target was a monastery perched on top of a sheer cliff face deep in the jungle highlands. Separatist battle droids held the position in strength. The 501st had no alternative approach. They scaled the cliff under sustained fire, using ATTE walkers to climb the vertical rock face, while LAAT gunships provided suppressive air support from above. The ascent was brutal. Droids fired down from the monastery walls and the surrounding cliff ledges, while gunships were hit by anti-aircraft fire and crashed into the jungle canopy below. Clone troopers were knocked from the cliff face by concentrating volleys. The 501st kept climbing. They reached the top. Anakin and Ahsoka fought through the monastery's interior corridors and located Rada, sick and weakened from deliberate neglect. The Separatists had kept the Huttlet alive, but in rapidly declining health. Ventress arrived shortly after with a fresh wave of battle droids, trapping the Republic force inside the same monastery they had just swarmed. What had been a rescue mission became a siege, with clone troopers now defending the walls against an enemy that outnumbered them and held the surrounding terrain. Rex organized the defense, positioning clone troopers at choke points throughout the monastery's corridors and stairwells. Obi-Wan arrived shortly after and engaged Ventress directly. She fought with her twin red lightsabers in the narrow corridors and across open balconies where the height of the cliff turned every misstep into a fatal drop. Ahsoka carried the sick Huttlet through a secondary escape route while the 501st held defensive positions throughout the structure. Clone casualties mounted inside the corridors. The monastery had not been built for sustained defense, and the droids held a decisive numerical advantage. The Republic force held long enough for Anakin and Ahsoka to break free with Rada, but the extraction cost the 501st heavily. Teth had demanded everything the unit had. The return journey carried its own complications. Count Dooku had engineered the entire kidnapping as a frame operation against the Jedi. Ventress had been deployed not simply to kill Anakin, but to ensure the Jedi were seen at the scene. Evidence had been planted to make it appear that the Jedi themselves had taken Rada, intending to use the Huttlet as leverage against Jabba. Dooku transmitted real holographic recordings of Anakin at the monastery to Jabba's palace, carefully edited and stripped of context to suggest hostage-taking rather than rescue. If Jabba believed the Jedi had kidnapped his son, the Hutt Alliance would collapse permanently and the Outer Rim lanes would close to Republic traffic. Padme Amidala intervened on Coruscant, contacting Jabba's uncle Zero the Hutt and exposing his role in the conspiracy. Zero had collaborated with Dooku to orchestrate the kidnapping from within the Hutt clan itself, hoping to seize control of the criminal empire. Anakin delivered Rada to Jabba's palace on Tatooine. The Hutt Treaty was secured. Republic supply lines through the Outer Rim remained open. As depicted in the Clone Wars theatrical film, the operation was the Republic's first major diplomatic victory of the war. It had been achieved not through Senate negotiation, but through a Jedi combat mission conducted under fire, across 2 planets, in less than a week. But every element of the Christophsis Teth campaign revealed the operational pattern that would define the rest of Year 1. A separatist blockade choked a strategic world. The Republic broke through with Jedi improvisation and prototype technology. A ground campaign exposed internal vulnerabilities that the institution had no framework to address. Then, a second crisis pulled forces away before the first fight was fully resolved, and a political objective overtook the military one, forcing the Jedi to serve as diplomats, generals, and rescue operatives at the same time. The pattern was efficient because it was orchestrated. Palpatine needed the war to stretch across every front, consuming Jedi resources, exhausting clone manpower, and justifying the emergency powers he had already claimed. Every campaign that pulled the Republic in a new direction served that design. The Jedi could not refuse a single assignment because every assignment appeared urgent, necessary, and morally justified. Christophsis needed liberating. Rada needed rescuing. The Hutts needed securing. Each individual task was real, but the system generating them was controlled by the man who profited from every outcome. Anakin emerged from the campaign with a new Padawan, a tested captain, and a growing reputation as the Republic's most effective field commander. Ahsoka had survived her first real combat. Rex had demonstrated that clone officers could lead under fire and make independent decisions that saved lives. The bonds formed at Christophsis and Teth would carry the 501st through campaigns that grew steadily worse. Not all of them would survive what came next. The next front was already burning, and the war was about to demand something the Republic had not yet been asked to give: sacrifice with no strategic return. Chapter 4: Outer Rim Burns. The Outer Rim was collapsing, not through a single decisive campaign, but through neglect. While the Republic Senate debated funding timelines and logistical priorities on Coruscant, entire star systems were being overrun by separatist forces. The droid armies did not wait for votes. They moved, occupied, and fortified. Worlds that had signed treaties with the Republic expecting protection discovered that the signature meant nothing without ships, soldiers, and political will, and all three were in short supply. Ryloth was among the first to burn. The Separatists invaded under the command of Wat Tambor, the foreman of the Techno-Union and one of the Confederacy's most calculating industrial leaders. Tambor treated the occupation as an extraction operation. Twi'lek villages were ransacked and civilians were displaced into the canyons and highland passes. The Separatist blockade above the planet cut off all incoming aid, and the droid garrison on the surface outnumbered the logical defense forces by a factor the Twi'leks could not overcome alone. Resistance fighters under Sham Syndulla organized a guerrilla campaign against the droid patrols, striking supply convoys and pulling back into terrain the droids could not navigate efficiently. Syndulla's fighters knew the cave networks and mountain passes that the droid patrols could not map from orbit. They used that knowledge to ambush armor columns in narrow defiles and vanished before reinforcements arrived. But every engagement cost Syndulla fighters he could not replace, and the droids kept coming in numbers that did not diminish. The Twi'leks were losing ground by the day. The Republic had been asked to intervene, but the Senate had not yet approved it. Jedi General Ima-Gun Di and Clone Captain Keeley were the only Republic forces on the ground. They had not been sent to win, they'd been sent to hold. The column of Twi'lek refugees stretched for over a kilometer through a narrow canyon pass. Families carried what they could, and the elderly moved on foot alongside children too young to understand why they were running. Sham Syndulla's fighters walked the perimeter of the column, armed with whatever they had managed to salvage from abandoned villages and dead droids. Medical supplies had run out days earlier, and water was rationed. The canyon offered cover from aerial bombardment, but it also funneled the refugees into a corridor the Separatists could target from both ends. Dee's detachment of clone troopers held the rear of the column while Syndulla guided the front deeper into the highlands. The Separatist advance was relentless. Droid battalions pushed forward in waves, supported by armored tanks that shelled the canyon walls and collapsed sections of the escape route behind the fleeing civilians. Dee's clones held the line at the mouth of the canyon, trading ground for time. Ammunition depleted first, then medical supplies, then grenades. The clones stripped blaster packs from the Fallen and redistributed them among the survivors. There was no resupply coming, and no reinforcements had been dispatched. Dean knew the math. His force was not large enough to hold the canyon indefinitely, and the refugees had not yet reached safety. Every minute his troopers held their position was a minute the civilians could use to escape. He ordered the remaining clones to form a final defensive line across the canyon floor. Captain Keeley stood beside him, and neither retreated. The droids advanced into concentrated fire. Clones fell. D deflected blaster bolts with his green lightsaber, buying seconds with each swing. Keeley fired until his blaster overheated, then picked up another from a dead trooper and kept shooting. The droid tanks rolled closer. D cut through the first wave of infantry and force-pushed the second into the canyon wall. But the third wave closed the distance before he could recover. Keeley dropped to one knee, took a bolt through the shoulder, and kept firing with his offhand. D stepped in front of him and took 3 bolts across the chest plate, but he stayed upright long enough to bring his lightsaber through the nearest droid. The two of them held that line together until neither could stand. As depicted in the Clone Wars Season 3 episode Supply Lines, the last stand of Ima-Gun Di and Captain Keeley ended the only way it could. Both died on the canyon floor. Their bodies lay among their troopers in the dust of Ryloth. 3 Pelta-class frigates arrived from the orbit as D fell, carrying the supplies Syndulla's resistance had been requesting for weeks. The Senate authorization came after the soldiers were already dead. The aid reached Ryloth because of the time D and Keeley purchased with their lives, not because of any Senate resolution. The supplies that saved Ryloth's refugees had not come from Coruscant. They had come from Toydaria. Senator Bail Organa and Representative Jar Jar Binks had traveled to Toydaria to negotiate the use of the planet as a staging point for humanitarian relief. Toydaria was neutral. Its king, Katunko, had not committed to either side in the war. The Republic needed him to allow supply ships to launch from Toydarian space towards Ryloth without declaring that assistance an act of war against the Confederacy. The stakes extended far beyond a single planet. If Toydaria agreed, it would establish the first neutral supply corridor in the Outer Rim. If it refused, Ryloth would fall within weeks. Every world between Coruscant and Ryloth was either contested, blockaded, or already aligned with the Confederacy. Trade Federation Senator Lot Dodd arrived on Toydaria to ensure the deal collapsed, arguing that any Republic military use of Toydarian territory would violate the planet's neutrality and invite separatist retaliation. He presented trade data showing the volume of commerce Toydaria conducted with the Confederacy-aligned systems and warned that all of it would be suspended the moment the Republic warships launch from Toydarian soil. The argument combined legal precedent with economic pressure. Katunko would lose both his neutrality and his trade revenue in a single decision. But the argument was also designed to let Ryloth's civilian population starve while the bureaucracy sorted out authority. Katunko faced the calculation every natural leader in the Outer Rim would eventually confront: honor the treaty that kept his words safe, or help the people dying on the world next door. Katunko chose both. He publicly denied the Republic basing rights, siding with Dodd's legal argument in the formal session. Then he secretly loaded Organa's ship with relief supplies. When Dodd later protested that aid had reached Ryloth through Toydarian channels, Organa demanded proof. Dodd could not produce it. As depicted in Supply Lines, Toydaria's covert assistance kept Syndulla's resistance alive, but Katunko had taken an enormous risk for a single shipment. If the Republic wanted sustained access to the Outer Rim supply corridor, it needed Toydaria as a formal ally, not a secret one. A covert cargo hold could be denied. A signed treaty could not. For that, the Jedi sent their most senior member. Yoda traveled to the coral moon of Rugosa to negotiate the alliance in person. He brought 3 clones. The Separatists brought an army. Asajj Ventress had intercepted the Republic's diplomatic transmission and arrived on Rugosa ahead of Yoda's delegation. She contacted Katunko directly with a counteroffer. If the droid battalion she had deployed to the moon's surface could defeat the Jedi, Toydaria would join the Confederacy. If Yoda survived, the Republic would earn its alliance. Katunko agreed to the challenge. Yoda's escort consisted of 3 clone troopers, Lieutenant Thayer, Jek, and Reese. Their LAAT gunship had been shot down during the approach, scattering debris across the coral shelf and forcing the group to advance on foot through Rugosa's dense coral forest toward Katunko's position. They were outnumbered, cut off from air support, and operating on a moon none of them had ever set foot on. The droid assault came in force. Battle droids and armored assault tanks advanced together through the coral tree line, though the dense terrain stalled the tanks while the infantry pushed ahead. Yoda dismantled the first wave of droids with a speed that made their targeting systems irrelevant. He moved through the trees faster than their sensors could track, appearing behind columns before the lead units had finished scanning forward. The tanks broke through the tree line and opened fire, their cannons leveling entire groves as they pushed forward. The ground shook with each blast. Coral spires that had stood for centuries shattered into dust under the bombardment. Thayer ordered Jack and Reese to relocate before the next volley hit, and they moved just before the ridge they had occupied moments earlier exploded into fragments. Ventress escalated further. Droidekas rolled into the forest as reinforcements, their shield generators humming as they locked onto Yoda's last known position. He was already gone. The droidekas fired into empty coral formations while Yoda circled behind and collapsed them with the Force. Yoda used every opening the clones created. Infantry columns advanced into kill zones where the smallest Jedi in the Order waited with his green blade and 8 centuries of combat experience. The tanks burned. The droids scattered. Ventress watched her entire battalion disintegrate from a command post she'd expected to use for a victory address. The moment that defined the mission came during a pause between engagements, when Yoda asked his 3 clones to remove their helmets. He studied each face. Thayer's patience under fire was acknowledged first, then Reese for his heart, then Jek for his ingenuity. Yoda told them that they were clones, but the Force resided in all living things. As depicted in the Clone Wars Season 1 premiere ambush, Yoda treated clone individuality not as a logistical detail, but as a spiritual truth. He did not call them soldiers or units, he called them living beings connected to the Force. It was a small statement on a smaller moon, but for 3 clones standing in a coral forest, it was the first time their commanding officer had told them they mattered as individuals. The Republic had classified its army as military assets since Kamino. Yoda's words on Rugosa contradicted that. These words would not protect them later. Ventress lost the challenge. She attempted to assassinate Katunko directly when the contest turned against her, confirming every concern the Toydarian king had about separatist honesty. Katunko declared that no further negotiations were necessary. He rose from his seat, presented Yoda with a ceremonial sword, a Toydarian blade traditionally offered only to heads of state and wartime allies, and pledged Toydaria to the Republic. The alliance included permission to establish a Republic supply base on Toydarian territory and full access to the system's hyperspace routes for military convoys. The covert pipeline that had saved Ryloth's refugees became an official logistics corridor. For the first time since Geonosis, the Republic had a secured supply chain into the Outer Rim that did not depend on contested hyperspace lanes. The decision cost Katunko his life. Later in the war, Count Dooku dispatched Savage Press to Toydaria to capture the king alive. Press disobeyed. He killed Katunko in his own throne room by crushing his throat. The Toydarian alliance survived its king, but the message was clear. Neutrality ended the moment he chose a side. Every neutral leader who sided with the Republic would be marked. The Outer Rim had been secured through blood and backroom diplomacy, but a new weapon was about to make those victories irrelevant. The Outer Rim learned the essential truth of Year 1. The Republic's promises were only as strong as the individual soldiers willing to die for them. Its supply lines were now open, and its alliances were now signed, and a separatist warship the size of nothing the Republic had ever encountered was already hunting fleets in the dark. Chapter 5: Fleet Killer. Republic fleets had been disappearing. In the weeks following the first Outer Rim campaigns, entire patrol groups vanished without explanation. No distress signals reached Coruscant, no debris fields were found, and no escape pods were recovered. The ships simply stopped reporting, and the Republic had no intelligence on what was destroying them. Across dozens of systems, the same pattern repeated. A fleet entered a sector, transmitted routine status updates, and then went silent. Search parties dispatched to the last known coordinates found empty space. The task force that vanished near the Fu system had been carrying supplies to a forward operating base, and the patrol group lost in the Rendalia system had been escorting medical transports. Each disappearance carried operational consequences the Republic could not absorb. The Navy began rerouting convoys through longer hyperspace lanes to avoid the sectors where ships had gone dark, stretching supply timelines that were already strained. The disappearances generated fear across the fleet and confusion inside the Jedi Council. Something was hunting Republic warships, and it was doing so without leaving a single survivor to describe what had happened. The Jedi Council sent Master Plo Koon to investigate. Plo Koon commanded a small task force of 3 Venator-class Star Destroyers and deployed to the Abrogado system, where the most recent patrol group had gone dark. He found the answer. The Malevolence was waiting for him. The Separatists had built a warship the Republic had no answer for. It measured 4,845 meters long, more than 4 times the length of a Venator-class Star Destroyer, and it carried 2 mega-ion cannons capable of disabling an entire fleet in a single volley. The Malevolence was a Subjugator-class heavy cruiser under the direct command of General Grievous, and supplementary canon reference material described the vessel as carrying hundreds of turbo lasers and requiring a massive droid crew to operate. The mega-ion cannons were not conventional weapons. They fired a circular ion pulse that expanded outward from the ship in a massive wave, shorting out every electrical system it touched. Shields, engines, life support, communications, weapons, everything died at once. A fleet hit by the ion pulse became a collection of powerless hulls drifting in space, unable to fight, unable to run, and unable to call for help. Plo Koon's task force never had a chance. The Malevolence fired its ion cannons the moment the Republic ships entered range. All 3 Venators lost power simultaneously. Grievous then ordered his turbo-laser batteries to open fire on the defenseless fleet. As depicted in the Clone Wars Season 1 episode Rising Malevolence, the destruction was systematic. The Venators burned in silence. Their crews drifted through darkened corridors as the hull plating buckled around them, and clones who reached the escape pods launched into the debris field, hoping to drift clear of the wreckage until rescue arrived. Rescue was not coming. Grievous deployed Drakh-class boarding craft loaded with rocket battle droids. These pod hunters moved through the debris field, scanning for active escape pods and destroying them one by one. This was not warfare, it was erasure. The clones who had survived the initial bombardment watched the hunters approach on failing scanners, knowing that the pods had no weapons and no way to run. The pod hunters were methodical. They swept the debris field in grid patterns, starting from the outer ring of wreckage and working inward. Each destroyed pod flashed briefly against the dark. Some clones tried to power their pods down to avoid detection. Most were found anyway. The hunter's sensors could detect residual heat from a single functioning life support unit. By the time the sweep reached the inner debris ring, the number of surviving pods had dropped to single digits. Dooku had ordered that no survivors escape Abrogado. No witnesses, no intelligence, no mercy. That was the operational doctrine for the Malevolence. Every fleet it destroyed was meant to vanish completely. Plo Koon survived. He and a handful of clones, including Commander Wolf, Sergeant Sinker, and Boost, had sealed themselves inside a damaged pod and powered down all systems to avoid detection. The pod hunters swept past them. The oxygen gauge dropped steadily. Sinker calculated how long the remaining supply would last and kept the number to himself, while Boost sealed a crack in the pod's viewport with a torn section of his bodysuit. Plo Koon held the small group together through hours of drifting in the wreckage of his fleet, using the Force to slow their breathing and conserve what air remained. He told them they would be found. He did not tell them how. The 2 hours passed. The wreckage around them shifted as nearby planetary gravity slowly pulled the debris field into a decaying orbit. Plo Koon held his hand on the pod's interior wall, feeling through the Force for vibrations that might signal another pod hunter's approach. None came. The hunters had moved on to the next sector, their sweep pattern carrying them further from the inner ring, where Koon's pod drifted in silence. The rescue came from a source the Jedi Council had not authorized. Ahsoka Tano convinced Anakin to disobey direct orders and mount a search mission for Plo Koon. The Council and Chancellor Palpatine had both instructed Anakin to hold position and protect his current sector. Reinforcements were not approved. A rescue mission into a system where an unknown weapon had just destroyed 3 Star Destroyers was considered an unacceptable risk. Ahsoka pushed back. Plo Koon was the Jedi who had discovered her on Shiley when she was 3 years old and brought her to the temple. She would not abandon him. Anakin agreed. They took the Twilight into the Abrogado system, located Plo Koon's pod in the debris field, and recovered the survivors while evading the pod hunters still sweeping the area. For the first time, the Republic had living witnesses who could describe the weapon that had been annihilating its fleets. The survivors described the ion pulse, its circular expansion pattern, and the total system failure it caused. They confirmed the Malevolence's size and armament. Republic Naval Intelligence now had a target profile, a weapon signature, and a confirmed commander. The intelligence Ahsoka's disobedience produced was the only reason the Republic learned what the Malevolence was before it destroyed everything in its path. The Malevolence's next target was not a military fleet, it was a hospital. Grievous set course for the Khalida Nebula, where a Republic medical station orbited in what the Navy considered safe space. The Khalida Shoals Medical Center housed 60,000 wounded clone troopers recovering from injuries sustained across the first months of the war. The station's medical staff operated around the clock. Bacta-tanks lined every ward. Clones who had lost limbs on Christophsis lay beside troopers burned in the Ryloth campaign, and soldiers recovering from shrapnel wounds sustained in a dozen different engagements. The station had minimal defensive capability, with only a single frigate and a handful of starfighters standing between the medical center and open space. The station's commanding officer had begun emergency evacuation protocols the moment long-range sensors detected an unidentified capital ship on approach. But evacuation required transport ships, and the station had only 2 medical shuttles capable of carrying patients. At full capacity, those shuttles could move fewer than 200 clones per trip. Moving 60,000 would take weeks. The station had hours. If the Malevolence reached it, the ion pulse would disable the station's life support systems, and 60,000 clones would die in their beds without ever seeing the weapon that killed them. Anakin intercepted intelligence on the Malevolence's heading and launched a strike before the main fleet can mobilize. He led a squadron of BTLB Y-wing bombers through the Khalida Nebula itself, using the nebula's dense gas clouds as cover to avoid the Malevolence's long-range sensors. The direct route would have brought the bombers within firing range of the warship's turbolasers before they could line up an attack run. The nebula path was longer and far more dangerous, but it would put the squadron behind the Malevolence where its ion cannons cannot track them. The route nearly killed them before the Malevolence could. Giant Nebrae mantas inhabited the nebula and attacked the squadron during transit, forcing the Y-wings to navigate both the creatures and the gas pockets that disrupted their instruments. 2 bombers were destroyed by the mantas. A third lost its stabilizer in a gas pocket and spiraled into a dense cloud formation. The remaining bombers cleared the nebula and emerged within strike range. As depicted in Shadow of Malevolence, Anakin's squadron targeted the ship's port mega ion cannon. Grievous had positioned droid starfighters in a defensive screen around the cannon, and the Y-wings had to punch through the screen before they could begin their bombing approach. 2 more bombers were destroyed in the final seconds of the run. The surviving Y-Wings dropped their payloads along the cannon's exposed superstructure. The weapon detonated. The medical station survived. But the Malevolence still had one functioning ion cannon, and Grievous withdrew to repair rather than press an attack with half his primary weapon offline. The warship was wounded. It was not dead. Palpatine made certain that the Republic's next encounter with the Malevolence would cost something personal. Senator Padme Amidala received coordinates from the Chancellor's office, directing her to a diplomatic meeting with an intergalactic banking clan representative. The meeting location placed her ship directly in the Malevolence's operational zone. Dooku confirmed the arrangement from the Separatist side. He told Grievous that his master had personally arranged for the Senator's arrival. Palpatine endangered the woman Anakin loved, and the Republic would never suspect him of it. The Senator's yacht dropped out of hyperspace and was immediately caught in the Malevolence's tractor beam. Grievous now held a hostage, and the hostage was the secret wife of the Republic's most aggressive Jedi general. Anakin's attack fleet had been closing on the damaged Malevolence for a killing strike. The moment Padme's capture was confirmed, Anakin ordered the fleet to hold fire. He cannot risk a full bombardment while she was aboard. Obi-Wan recognized the tactical problem immediately. The Malevolence was crippled, outnumbered, and cornered. A sustained assault would have destroyed it. Instead, the Republic fleet held position while Anakin and Obi-Wan boarded the warship personally. Every minute the fleet waited was a minute Grievous used to attempt emergency repairs on the damaged ion cannon. The interior of the Malevolence was a warship built for droids, not organic crews. The corridors were narrow, poorly lit, and patrolled by battle droid squads that Grievous had repositioned to intercept boarders. Anakin and Obi-Wan fought through multiple security checkpoints, cutting down droids as they moved deeper into the ship. The ship's internal layout worked against them. Intersections branched into dead-end maintenance bays and droid storage compartments. Anakin used the Force to sense Padme's presence and navigated toward her through corridors that the ship's own crew would have traveled by rail transport, not on foot. They found Padme, and while Obi-Wan held a corridor junction against reinforcements, Anakin reached the ship's navigation computer and reprogrammed its hyperspace coordinates. The sabotage was precise. The computer would accept Grievous's next jump command and execute it without error. The destination would simply be wrong. When Grievous attempted to flee into hyperspace, the corrupted coordinates sent the Malevolence directly into a dead moon. As depicted in Destroy Malevolence, the warship's forward section struck the moon's surface at full hyperspace entry speed. The impact sheared the hull apart. The remaining ion cannon, the turbo laser batteries, the bridge, everything collapsed into a debris field that spread across the moon's orbit. Grievous escaped in his personal starfighter moments before the collision. The Republic fleet moved in to confirm the kill. Venator-class Star Destroyers swept the debris field for 2 standard days, cataloging wreckage and scanning for any surviving systems. Nothing functional remained. The mega ion cannons that had terrorized the Republic fleet for weeks were buried under a kilometer of shattered hull plating on the surface of a dead moon. The Republic's superweapon crisis was over. The Republic celebrated the Malevolence's destruction, but the evidence of what had actually happened during the campaign sat in plain sight, and nobody examined it. Padme's presence in the combat zone had been arranged by Palpatine's office. Dooku had confirmed that his master orchestrated the Senator's arrival. 2 separate chains of command, one Republic and one Separatist, had placed the same woman in the same location at the same time. The evidence was visible. No one wanted to see it. No Senate investigation followed. No inquiry examined how the Chancellor's diplomatic briefing had sent a senator into an active war zone where a Separatist general was expecting her. Nobody pursued it. The Separatists could build weapons that outclass anything in the Republic fleet, and they could do so in secret. The system that had produced the Malevolence was still intact. The general who commanded it was still alive, and the man who sat in the Chancellor's suite on Coruscant had orchestrated both the threat and the response. The first superweapon of the Clone Wars had been eliminated, but Grievous had survived, and his next target would be the source of the Republic's entire army. Chapter 6: Born Soldiers. The malevolence was gone, but Grievous had survived its destruction, and the target he'd chosen next revealed exactly how well the Separatists understood the Republic's greatest vulnerability. The Republic's entire military depended on a single planet. Every clone trooper in the army had been grown, trained, and deployed from the same facility on Kamino. And if that facility fell, the Republic could not replace its losses. The war would not end through victory or surrender, but through simple attrition. The clones would fight until there were none left, and no new soldiers would come to take their place. Grievous knew this, and the listening post that stood between his fleet and Kamino was staffed by 5 rookies who had never seen combat. But before Rishi Station, there was Kamino, and before the war, there was training. The cloning facility on Kamino produced soldiers in batches. Each batch moved through the same standardized training pipeline. Combat simulations designed to measure teamwork, adaptability, and obedience. The Kaminoans organized cadets into squads of 4 to 6, graded them on a fixed evaluation schedule, and certified passing squads for deployment. Squads that failed were reassigned to maintenance duty. The Kaminoans graded cohesion. They did not grade courage. The system was efficient. It was also designed to produce uniformity, not individuals. Topoka City was the center of this process. The Kaminoan capital rose from the ocean surface on massive stilts, its wide corridors and curved architecture designed for a species that valued precision above all else. Clone cadets never saw sunlight during training, moving between barracks, mess halls, and simulation rooms through windowless corridors that all looked the same. The training regimen filled every hour. Physical conditioning, weapons drills, tactical exercises, and medical evaluations ran on a rotating schedule that left cadets no unstructured time. The Kaminoans believed idle clones developed unwanted behavioral variation, and the schedule was designed to prevent exactly that. Domino Squad failed the system. 5 cadets trained together on Kamino, and the Kaminoans wanted them gone. The squad consisted of 5 clones: Heavy, Echo, Fives, Cut Up, and Droid Bait. Each had developed traits the Kaminoan instructors considered problems. Heavy was aggressive and insubordinate, treating squad exercises as opportunities to prove himself rather than as team operations. Echo repeated regulations and training protocols so often that his squad mates named him for it, while Fives questioned orders and challenged tactical decisions he considered flawed. Cut Up treated training scenarios as entertainment and struggled to take simulations seriously. Droid Bait moved too slow under fire and was consistently the first member eliminated in combat drills. Individually, each trait would have been manageable. Together, they produced a squad that could not function as a unit. The Citadel Challenge was the final evaluation. The multi-story assault course replicated a fortified Separatist installation with automated turrets firing stun rounds at randomized intervals. Squads were graded on coordination, casualty rate, and completion time. The course was designed to be passed. Every other squad in Domino's training cycle had cleared it on their first or second attempt. Domino Squad failed the Citadel Challenge on their first attempt and failed it again on their second. Heavy charged ahead without waiting for covering fire. Echo called out maneuvers that nobody followed, and Fives broke formation to engage turrets from angles the squad had not agreed on. Cut Up and Droid Bait were eliminated early in both runs. The squad argued after each failure. Heavy blamed the others for not keeping up. Fives blamed Heavy for not following the plan, and Echo insisted the plan itself was correct and that the squad simply needed to execute it properly. Cut Up stopped talking to any of them. Their performance was the worst in the training cycle. The tension inside Domino Squad's barracks was worse than the failures on the course. Heavy sat apart from the group, and when Fives tried to organize a debrief, Heavy told him there was nothing to discuss. Echo reviewed the training manual for the 3rd time, while Droid Bait cleaned his training rifle in silence. The squad had been together for their entire accelerated lives, grown up in the same pod, and trained in the same simulation rooms since they were old enough to hold a weapon. But shared history did not mean shared trust. The Citadel Challenge had exposed a fracture that had been building for months. Each member of Domino Squad had developed his own way of solving problems. None of them had learned how to solve problems together. Clone training instructor Brick recommended reassignment. Reassignment would remove them from the combat pipeline permanently. They would spend the war mopping floors and restocking supply crates in the lower levels of Tipoca City, and they would never see a battlefield. Brick considered this an appropriate outcome for a squad that could not pass a standard evaluation. Jedi General Shaak Ti overruled him. As depicted in the Clone Wars Season 3 episode Clone Cadets, Shaak Ti had been assigned to oversee clone training on Kamino and had observed Domino Squad's failures firsthand. She saw what Brick did not. The squad's problems were not deficiencies, they were misaligned strengths. Heavy's aggression could become initiative. Echo's adherence to protocol could stabilize a unit under pressure, and Fives' questioning could become tactical thinking. The cadets did not need to be replaced. They needed a reason to work together. Shaak Ti granted Domino Squad one final attempt at the Citadel Challenge. Before that attempt, Brick sabotaged the run. He removed the ascension cables that had been standard issue in every previous evaluation, the equipment that allowed squads to bypass the most difficult vertical section of the course. When the other instructor, Elez, protested, Shaak Ti allowed the handicap to stand. Adversity in war was a constant. Without the cables, Domino Squad would have to improvise. They would have to trust each other. Heavy held position at the base of the vertical section and provided suppressive fire, while Echo directed traffic. Fives identified an alternate route through a vent shaft and called the squad through. Cut Up moved faster than he had in any previous drill, and Droid Bait covered the rear. They reached the extraction point as a unit. They passed. All five were certified for deployment. They received their armor, their weapons, and their assignment. The Republic shipped them to the Rishi Moon listening post, a remote outpost in the Outer Rim that monitored the only hyperspace approach to Kamino. It was considered a quiet posting, the kind of assignment the Republic gave to untested troopers who needed to learn how a real garrison operated before rotation into a combat unit. The veterans called them shinies because their armor had never been marked by combat. Domino Squad arrived at Rishi Station with clean white plates and no experience outside a simulation room. The transfer from Kamino had been their first time off-world. None of them said much during the journey. Heavy stared at the bulkhead while Echo read the Rishi Station operational manual that had been loaded onto his datapad. Fives watched the stars, Cut Up made a joke about the food, and Droid Bait fell asleep. 5 soldiers of the Grand Army of the Republic, and none of them had seen the galaxy they were supposed to be fighting for. Rishi Station was small. The outpost consisted of a command center, a barracks module, a communications array, and a landing platform built into the surface of the Rishi Moon. The garrison numbered fewer than a dozen troopers, all of them recent graduates from Kamino's training program, and the daily routine was monotonous. The garrison's only task was transmitting the all-clear signal to the Republic fleet at regular intervals. As long as it broadcast, the fleet knew the approach to Kamino was secure. If the signal stopped, the fleet would mobilize to investigate. The posting was boring, isolated, and considered by every clone who served there to be a temporary stop on the way to a real assignment. The war found them anyway. The Separatists hit Rishi Station with commando droids, no warning, no negotiation. The attack came in the middle of a routine shift, and 2 members of Domino Squad were dead before the survivors understood what was happening. Grievous needed the all-clear signal to keep broadcasting while his invasion force moved into position. He could not take Kamino if the Republic knew he was coming. The commando droids were sent to capture the station, eliminate its crew, and maintain the signal as if nothing had changed. Commando droids were not standard battle droids. They were faster, more accurate, and capable of operating independently without central command coordination. The droids infiltrated the station through the ventilation system and struck during a shift change when the garrison's attention was divided. The attack was over in seconds. Droid Bait was killed in the opening assault, taking a blaster bolt before he could reach his weapon. The station sergeant was killed moments later. 2 other troopers fell in the command center before anyone returned fire. The commando droids secured the room and activated a jamming signal that blocked all outgoing transmissions except the all-clear beacon. As far as the Republic fleet knew, Rishi Station was operating normally. The surviving clones evacuated through a maintenance hatch and regrouped on the moon's surface. Heavy, Echo, Fives, and Cut-Up were now outside the station with no communications, no transport, and no reinforcements. The moon's surface was barren volcanic rock, swept by sulfuric vents that hissed steam into the thin atmosphere. Visibility dropped to a few meters near the vent clusters. All that remained was their armor, their blasters, and each other. Cut-Up was killed minutes later. A Rishi eel, one of the massive predators native to the moon, emerged from a vent shaft and dragged him into the dark before the others could react. 3 members of Domino Squad remained. They had been deployed for less than a standard rotation, and they had already lost 2 of their own. The 3 survivors crouched behind a rock formation 50 meters from the station's rear wall. Heavy wanted to go back inside immediately. Fives held him back. Without knowing how many commando droids were inside, a direct assault with 3 rookies would be suicide. Echo ran through every tactical scenario from the training manual that applied to a fortified position assault. None of them matched what was happening. The manual had not covered a situation in which the enemy was already transmitting a signal designed to lure an invasion fleet through the front door. Rex and Cody arrived at Rishi Station shortly after the attack. The 2 senior officers had been conducting a routine inspection of the listening post as part of a standard review of Outer Rim garrison readiness. When their shuttle approached, the commando droids attempted to deceive them by wearing clone trooper armor and mimicking the garrison's communication protocols. Rex was not fooled. He shot the commando droid that met them at the landing platform the moment it failed to give the correct response codes. The deception collapsed. Rex and Cody now understood that the station had been compromised. Rex and Cody linked up with the 3 surviving rookies on the moon's surface. Rex assessed them quickly, terrified, undertrained, and grieving, but also the only Republic soldiers between Grievous's fleet and the Camino cloning facility. Rex did not give them time to process what had happened. He checked their weapons, redistributed their ammunition, and organized them into a strike team. Cody mapped the station's layout from memory and identified 2 viable entry points. Rex would lead the main breach through the front entrance. The rookies would flank through a side maintenance corridor and hit the command center from the east. The plan was simple because it had to be. 5 soldiers, no heavy weapons, and no backup. The assault to retake Rishi Station was the first real combat Heavy, Echo, and Fives had ever experienced. The commando droids had fortified the command center and positioned sentries at every point. Rex and Cody breached the main entrance with a thermal detonator that blew the blast door off its tracks. The rookies hit the side corridor at the same time. The fighting inside was close quarters and chaotic. Blaster fire filled the narrow hallways. Commando droids moved faster than the standard models the rookies had trained against on Camino. Echo followed Rex's movements and provided covering fire exactly when it was needed. Fives cleared rooms with a precision that his Camino instructors had never seen in training. Heavy destroyed 3 commando droids in the first 30 seconds of the breach, moving with the aggression that had once been his greatest liability and was now his greatest asset. The station was retaken, but the victory lasted only seconds. The commando droids had already transmitted the all-clear signal. Grievous's fleet was in motion. The only way to alert the Republic was to destroy the station itself. Without the all-clear beacon, the fleet would detect the signal's absence and mobilize to investigate. Rex ordered the station rigged with explosives from its own armory. The charges were set around the fuel tanks in the station's lower level. The detonator was wired. The remote detonator malfunctioned. Heavy stayed behind. Someone had to trigger the explosives manually, and there was no time to argue about who. As depicted in the Clone Wars Season 1 episode Rookies, Heavy ordered the others to evacuate and took position next to the fuel tanks. Echo and Fives ran. Rex and Cody ran. Rex, Cody, Echo and Fives cleared the station and sprinted for the landing platform. Behind them, Heavy waited. The commando droids detected the explosive charges and breached the lower level to disarm them. Heavy engaged them alone. He fired from behind the fuel tanks, drawing the droids into the kill zone he had created around the detonator. The commando droids advanced on his position from 3 directions. Heavy fired until his blaster was empty, and then picked up a fallen droid's weapon and fired that one dry too. The corridor went quiet. Static hissed through the helmet comms. Heavy's breathing was the only sound inside his visor. He looked at the detonator, then he reached for it. The explosion destroyed Rishi Station completely. The fireball rose above the moon's surface and was visible from orbit. The all-clear signal went dead. The Republic fleet detected the absence within minutes and scrambled a response force to the Rishi moon. Grievous's invasion fleet, now exposed without the cover of the false signal, was forced to withdraw before reaching Kamino. The cloning facility survived because one clone trooper refused to leave a detonator behind. Heavy died on the floor of a listing post on a moon that most Republic officers could not find on a star chart. He had been a soldier for less than a standard rotation. His armor was still clean when the explosion turned it to slag. He never received a rank above trooper. No medal was issued. No one on Coruscant would ever record his name in a Senate mission. The Republic's official records logged the destruction of Rishi Station as an infrastructure loss. Heavy's name did not appear in the report. Rex processed the aftermath differently. He recovered what remained of Heavy's gear and returned to the Resolute with the surviving members of the Rishi garrison. On the flight back, he sat with Echo and Fives. He looked at their unmarked armor and made a decision. Rex took a stylus from his belt kit and left a blue handprint on Echo's chestplate, pressed in Rishi eelblood. The mark was not regulation and not authorized by the Republic chain of command. It was Rex's way of telling them that they were no longer shinies. They had earned their scars. They were soldiers of the 501st Legion. Echo and Fives accepted their marks in silence. They had left Kamino as part of a 5-man squad. 2 of their brothers were dead, and one had sacrificed himself to save a planet he had never set foot on. They had survived because a Jedi on Kamino had refused to discard them, and a captain in the 501st had arrived in time to lead them through the worst day of their lives. Yoda had called clones individuals on Ragoza. Rishi Station proved it. The traits Kamino had tried to train out of Domino Squad were the same traits that had saved the station. The system built them to be uniform. Combat made them irreplaceable. 5 clones had entered the war together. 3 died within their first deployment. The 2 who survived would go on to become 2 of the most important soldiers in the 501st Legion. Echo would later be captured, believed dead, and rebuilt as a cyborg by the Separatists before being rescued. Fives would uncover the truth about the clone army's hidden programming and die trying to expose it. But those events lay ahead. For now, they were rookies who had survived Rishi Station, carrying marks on their armor that no regulation authorized and names that no Kaminoan had given them. The Republic's army had proved that it could fight, adapt, and sacrifice. But the war was about to test whether the Republic could protect the intelligence that kept its soldiers alive, and that test had already begun. Chapter 7: War of Secrets. The Republic had proven it could fight. It had defeated a superweapon in the Malevolence campaign, secured its supply lines through the Hutt Treaty, and held its outer rim alliances through individual sacrifice. And its clones had demonstrated, from Kamino to Rishi Station, that they were far more than the product of their training. But the war's next phase would test something the Republic had never been forced to defend: its own intelligence. R2-D2 carried every Republic fleet position, tactical protocol, and base location stored in his memory banks. Anakin Skywalker had never wiped them. When the droid was lost in combat over Bothui, the entire Republic military network became vulnerable to a single Separatist recovery crew. General Grievous had not been idle since the destruction of the Malevolence. The cyborg general had regrouped his forces and launched an offensive into the Bothan sector, targeting Bothui, a world of significant strategic value in the Mid-Rim. The Republic dispatched Anakin and the 501st to hold the system. Anakin was outnumbered. Grievous brought a fleet of frigates and support vessels that outgunned the Republic task force in raw firepower, and a direct engagement would have ended the same way most engagements with Grievous ended, with Republic ships burning in space. Anakin did not fight directly, he studied the terrain. Bothui sat inside a planetary ring of defense asteroids, and Anakin recognized an opportunity that Grievous would not anticipate. He deployed ATTE walkers onto the surface of several large asteroids in the ring, positioning them on the far side where Grievous's sensors would not detect them. The walkers powered down and waited. Rex coordinated the positioning from the surface of the lead asteroid, keeping his men silent and still, while Grievous's fleet closed on the Republic position. Grievous committed. He drove his fleet forward with full power directed to his forward shields, expecting to overwhelm Anakin's smaller force through brute strength. As depicted in the Season 1 episode, Downfall of a Droid, the moment Grievous passed the asteroid ring, Rex's walkers opened fire from behind. The Separatist frigates had concentrated their deflector shields forward. Their sterns were exposed. The ATTE cannons tore through the unshielded rear sections of multiple frigates in rapid succession. Grievous's fleet, caught between Anakin's ships ahead and Rex's walkers behind, broke formation, and the frigates that survived the crossfire scattered. Grievous retreated. Bothui held. The battle was a tactical masterpiece. Anakin had turned a numerical disadvantage into an ambush that destroyed a significant portion of Grievous's fleet using ground vehicles repurposed as orbital gun emplacements. It was exactly the kind of improvised victory the Republic had come to depend on, but the celebration was short-lived. During the battle, Anakin's Jedi starfighter sustained heavy damage. R2-D2 was ejected from the droid socket and lost in the debris field. The astromech droid drifted among the wreckage of destroyed Separatist and Republic ships, powered down and unrecoverable in the chaos of the post-battle salvage operations. This would have been an acceptable loss if R2-D2 had been a standard astromech. He was not. Anakin had owned R2-D2 since before the Clone Wars. The droid had served aboard Padme's royal starship during the Naboo crisis. He had flown every combat mission Anakin had undertaken since Geonosis. He had been present for classified briefings aboard Republic capital ships, sitting in the corner of tactical rooms where fleet commanders discuss hyperspace routes, base coordinates, and force deployments. One droid held more strategic data than most fleet admirals. Standard military protocol required routine memory wipes for all droids operating in sensitive environments. The procedure was simple, the reasoning was obvious, and the regulation was clear. Anakin had never performed one in the entire war. R2-D2's memory banks contained a comprehensive and unencrypted record of Republic fleet movements, hyperspace routes, base coordinates, communication frequencies, and tactical doctrine. If the Separatists recovered that droid, they would gain a detailed map of every Republic military asset Anakin had interacted with since the war began. Fleet positions, patrol schedules, supply convoy routes, the locations of forward operating bases across the Outer Rim, all of it was stored inside a single astromech drifting in a debris field that both sides had the ability to salvage. Obi-Wan understood the danger immediately and reported the situation to the Jedi Council. The Council's response was clear. R2-D2 was to be considered compromise. Anakin was ordered to accept a replacement astromech and cease all recovery efforts. The Republic cannot risk additional ships in the debris field for a single droid. The strategic calculation was sound, but Anakin refused to accept it. The replacement droid arrived quickly. R3-S6, designated by the Republic as a standard astromech unit, was assigned to Anakin's starfighter. The clones called him Goldie because of his gold-plated dome. Anakin disliked him immediately. R3 was clumsy in the starfighter socket, slow to respond to commands, and prone to errors that a trained astromech should not have been making. Anakin attributed the problems to an inferior droid. He was wrong. R3-S6 was not malfunctioning, he was performing exactly as programmed. The replacement droid the Republic assigned to Anakin Skywalker was a Separatist intelligence agent. R3-S6 had been stolen from an industrial automaton production facility on the planet Nubia. reprogrammed by Separatist intelligence, and inserted into the Republic's supply chain. Every malfunction was deliberate. Every delay was calculated. From the moment R3 was installed in Anakin's starfighter, the Separatists had a direct line into one of the Republic's most active combat commands. The enemy was not outside the hull, it was in the cockpit. R3-S6 did not simply fail to perform, he actively sabotaged Republic operations. During a scouting mission, R3 activated a tracking beacon that transmitted Anakin's position to Grievous's forces. When Anakin engaged a Separatist patrol, R3 opened the wrong panels, delayed hyperspace calculations, and nearly got Anakin killed. Ahsoka noticed the pattern before anyone else did. She distrusted R3 from the beginning, though at the time she could not prove deliberate sabotage. Anakin dismissed her concerns. He was too focused on finding R2-D2 to consider that his replacement might be the bigger problem. Meanwhile, R2-D2 had been recovered from the Bothui debris field, but not by the Republic. Ga-Noct was a scavenger who recognized the Republic military markings on R2's chassis and understood that a droid recovered from a Jedi General starfighter might contain intelligence worth far more than its scrap value. He contacted General Grievous and offered to sell the droid. Grievous agreed immediately. The price was secondary. What mattered was the data inside R2-D2's memory banks. Every hour that passed R2 in Separatist hands was another hour in which Grievous's slicers could extract classified Republic data. Ga-Noct transported R2-D2 to Skytop Station, a Separatist listening post built directly into the surface of a remote moon. The station was one of Grievous's primary intelligence-gathering installations, monitoring Republic communications across multiple sectors and coordinating signal intercepts for the broader Separatist fleet. It was hidden from Republic sensor sweeps and protected by automated defenses. By the time Anakin tracked the droid's signal to the station, Grievous had already begun extracting data from R2-D2's memory banks. Anakin had disobeyed orders again. The Council had told him to abandon the search, and Obi-Wan had told him to let go. Anakin could not. He took Rex, Ahsoka, and a squad of clone troopers aboard the Twilight and launched an unauthorized infiltration of Skytop Station. The mission objective was simple: recover R2-D2 and destroy the listening post before Grievous could transmit the stolen intelligence to the broader Separatist network. Inside the station, the mission fractured into multiple engagements. Anakin went directly for R2-D2, Ahsoka led a team to plant charges in the station's reactor core, Rex and his clones provided security and held corridors against battle droid reinforcements. Every element of the operation was complicated by R3-S6. The spy droid had accompanied the strike team aboard Anakin's fighter, and once inside the station, R3 began actively working against the Republic forces. He sealed blast doors to trap Ahsoka's team, transmitted the strike team's positions to Grievous, and activated Vulture droid fighters in the station's hangar to cut off the Republic's escape route. Ahsoka confronted Grievous directly during the mission. The cyborg's general seized her by the throat and lifted her off the ground. The encounter was brief, as Grievous was faster and stronger, and Ahsoka was forced to retreat through the station's corridors while her clone escort engaged the general. She survived because she was quick enough to keep moving, and because Grievous had multiple threats to address simultaneously. The station was now rigged to explode, and Grievous had to choose between hunting a Padawan and saving his intelligence operation. Anakin reached R2-D2 in the station's data processing center. Ga-Noct was dead, killed by Grievous after the data extraction was complete, rather than paid. R2-D2 was intact, but had been partially accessed. Anakin freed the droid and began fighting his way back towards the hangar. In the corridors near the exit, R2-D2 encountered R3-S6 directly. R2-D2 engaged R3 on the station's exterior hull plating, while the structure began to collapse around them. R2 destroyed R3-S6, ending the Separatist infiltration of Anakin's command. As depicted in the Season 1 episode Duel of the Droids, the strike team evacuated Skytop Station moments before the charges detonated. The listening post was destroyed. R2-D2 was recovered. The Republic's intelligence leak was sealed, but the damage assessment was incomplete. Grievous had already begun downloading R2's data before Anakin arrived. How much had been transmitted to the broader Separatist network remained unclear. Republic intelligence officers could not determine whether fleet positions had been compromised or whether Grievous had forwarded the extracted data to Dooku before the station fell. The uncertainty forced the Republic to assume the worst. Multiple fleet deployments were altered, patrol routes were reassigned, and communication frequencies across 3 sectors were cycled to new encryption standards. The operational costs of Anakin's attachment to a single droid rippled across the entire military command structure, and the deeper problem remained unaddressed. Anakin's refusal to follow standard protocol had created a vulnerability that nearly compromised the Republic's entire military posture. His refusal to wipe R2's memory, his refusal to accept a loss, had placed classified intelligence in enemy hands. The Council noted the incident but did not discipline him or enforce the memory wipe regulation. Anakin kept R2-D2 with his full memory intact, and the war continued. The intelligence war extended beyond droids and data. On the diplomatic front, the Separatists were exploiting the Republic's inability to protect its own allies, and one of Padme Amidala's oldest political relationships was about to fracture under the pressure. Senator Onaconda Farr of Rhodia had been a friend of the Naberi family for decades. Padme had known him since childhood and called him Uncle Ono. Rhodia was a swamp world in the Savarine sector of the Outer Rim, and by this point in the war, it was starving. The Republic had promised aid, supply convoys had been allocated, diplomatic assurances had been made, and none of it had arrived. The Separatists had disrupted Rhodia's supply lanes, and the Republic Senate had been too slow to reroute relief shipments through alternative corridors. Farr had appealed to the Senate multiple times. He had spoken on the floor and filed formal requests through the proper channels. Each time, the response was the same. The aid was coming. The situation was being addressed. The Republic had not forgotten its allies, but the food shipments never arrived. Farr's people were dying, and his appeals to the Senate had produced nothing but delays and empty assurances. The Republic did not lose Rhodia through military defeat. It nearly lost it through delay. Newt Gunray saw an opportunity. The Trade Federation Viceroy contacted Farr directly and offered a simple arrangement. Rhodia would declare for the Separatists. In exchange, the Trade Federation would provide the food, medicine, and military protection the Republic had failed to deliver. Farr did not want to betray the Republic. He was a principal senator who had served in the Galactic Senate for years, but his planet was starving, and principles did not feed people. He agreed. Padme traveled to Rhodia on a diplomatic visit, unaware of Farr's arrangement with the Separatists. When she arrived, she walked into a trap. Farr had agreed to hand Padme over to Gunray as part of the deal. Gunray wanted her personally. Padme had been a persistent obstacle to the Trade Federation's political ambitions since the Naboo blockade, and Gunray had carried a personal grudge against her for over a decade. Farr did not want to do it. He wrestled with the decision, but Gunray's terms were non-negotiable. Padme for supplies. The capture failed. Padme was taken into custody, but the operation fell apart almost immediately. Jar Jar Binks had accompanied Padme to Rhodia as a representative of the Senate. He was not a soldier, he was not a Jedi, but when the Separatist droids moved to secure the area, Jar Jar stumbled into the swamps surrounding Farr's compound. What followed was a chain of events that no one on either side had planned for. A Quazel Maw, a massive aquatic predator native to Rhodia's marshlands, surfaced from the swamp waters and attacked the Separatist battle droids. Jar Jar, riding the creature through the compound, was mistaken by Farr's guards for a Jedi because of the destruction he had caused. The chaos was enough to break the Separatist hold on the compound. Padme freed herself from custody and reached Farr's chambers. She confronted the senator directly. Farr broke down. He admitted what he had done and why. He told her about the starvation, the unanswered requests for aid, the children on Rhodia who had not eaten in days, while the Republic Senate debated supply allocations. Padme understood his desperation. She did not excuse the betrayal, but she recognized what had driven it. Farr had acted out of love for his people. That did not change the fact that he had handed a Republic senator to a war criminal. Together, they turn on Gunray. Farr's guards seal the compound. Padme captured the Viceroy personally, while clone reinforcements arrived to secure the prisoner. The Republic now held a senior member of the Separatist Council in custody for the first time in the war. Gunray was a founding member of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, the leader of the Trade Federation, and a direct subordinate of Count Dooku. His capture was the most significant intelligence achievement of Year One. The tactical and strategic information Gunray possessed, if extracted through interrogation, could have exposed separatist supply networks, fleet dispositions, and political alliances across hundreds of systems. But the circumstances of the capture reveal something the Republic preferred not to examine. Farr had defected because the Republic had abandoned Rhodia, not through malice, through bureaucratic paralysis. The Senate had voted to send aid, but the aid had not arrived. The supply lanes were contested, and the military resources needed to protect relief convoys were committed elsewhere. Rhodia was not the only world caught in this gap between promise and delivery. Across the Outer Rim, systems that remained loyal to the Republic were watching their allies starve while the Senate debated allocation formulas. Every world that the Republic failed to supply was a world the Separatists could recruit. 3 vulnerabilities defined the intelligence war of Year One: attachment, delay, infiltration. The first was ethical: stolen droids, spy infiltrators, and compromised data networks. R2-D2 was the most valuable piece of military hardware Anakin carried into combat, and the Republic had no system to prevent a single droid's capture from becoming a fleet-wide security breach. R3-S6 demonstrated that the Separatists could insert agents directly into the Republic's supply chain, bypassing every checkpoint between the factory floor and the cockpit of a Jedi General starfighter. The second was diplomatic: senators betraying alliances under economic pressure. Farr's defection was not an anomaly. It was a preview of what would happen to every Outer Rim world the Republic failed to supply. The third was structural. The Republic's own attachments created vulnerabilities that a disciplined intelligence apparatus would have prevented. Anakin would not wipe R2's memory because he loved the droid. Farr would not refuse Gunray because he loved his people. Padme traveled to Rhodia without military escort because she trusted a friend. Each decision was human and understandable, and each one created an opening the Separatists exploited. The Republic had captured Newt Gunray. It had recovered R2-D2. It had destroyed a Separatist listening post and eliminated a spy droid embedded in one of its most sensitive commands. On paper, the intelligence war of Year One ended in the Republic's favor. Every crisis had been resolved, every asset had been recovered, but the structural weaknesses that produced each crisis remained untouched. Anakin still refused memory wipes, the Senate still could not deliver aid to Allied worlds on time, and the Republic's intelligence apparatus still had no systematic method for detecting compromised personnel or infiltrated droids. The system that allowed R3-S6 to reach Anakin's cockpit was the same system that would process the next replacement droid and the one after that. Gunray was in Republic custody. Holding him would prove to be far more difficult than capturing him. The Separatists did not abandon their leaders, and the woman Dooku would send to recover the Viceroy had already proven she could cut through anything the Republic put in her way. The Republic had won the intelligence war of Year One, but every victory had exposed a vulnerability. The stolen droid, the spy replacement, the starving ally, the captured Viceroy, each one had been a warning. The Republic treated them as closed cases. The war would prove otherwise. Chapter 8: Chasing Shadows. The Republic had Newt Gunray in custody, a founding member of the Separatist Council, the leader of the Trade Federation, a man who had been present at the creation of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, who carried inside his head the operational details of a government at war. His capture on Rhodia had been the single most significant intelligence achievement of Year One. If the Republic could transport him to Coruscant, interrogate him, and extract what he knew, the war's entire trajectory could shift. The Jedi Council assigned 2 of its own to ensure that happened. The Republic captured Newt Gunray on Rhodia and placed him aboard one of its most heavily defended cruisers with a Jedi Master and a Padawan standing guard. He was free again within a day. Master Luminara Unduli and Ahsoka Tano escorted Gunray aboard the Tranquility, a Republic cruiser operating under full wartime security protocols. Senate Commandos, the elite guard unit assigned to protect high-value Republic assets, reinforced the ship's clone detachment. Commander Gree oversaw the military complement, and the Tranquility operated as a secure transport in Republic-controlled space with a Jedi General in command. By every standard measure, Gunray should have reached Coruscant without incident. Count Dooku had no intentions of allowing that to happen. The Separatist leader contacted his master, Darth Sidious, and informed him that he intended to send Asajj Ventress to recover Gunray. Sidious was skeptical. He questioned whether Ventress was capable of infiltrating a Republic cruiser and extracting a prisoner from Jedi custody. Dooku assured him that Ventress was sufficient for the task. Sidious permitted the operation. The exchange was remarkable for what it revealed. The Sith Lord who controlled the Republic was receiving a briefing from the Sith Lord who controlled the Rebellion about an operation targeting a Republic prisoner transport. Sidious could have warned the Jedi or increased the Tranquility's escort. He did nothing. The prisoner's escape served his purposes as much as his capture had. Ventress boarded the Tranquility through the dorsal hull. A Separatist frigate had engaged the cruiser's escorts as a diversion, drawing fire and attention away from the upper decks. Ventress arrived with a Vulture droid escort aboard a Drakh-class boarding ship that pierced the cruiser's top hull plating. Once inside, she planted thermal detonators in key structural points throughout the upper decks and began working her way towards the detention level. The Senate Commandos responded. Several died in the corridors before they could form a defensive line, and Ventress moved through them without slowing down. Luminara intercepted Ventress in the ship's engine room. The Jedi Master was confident. She had studied Ventress's file and assessed her as an undisciplined assassin who relied on aggression rather than technique. Luminara told Ahsoka to guard Gunray and engage Ventress alone. It was a mistake. Ventress fought with trained precision. Dooku had shaped her technique, and Dooku had been trained by Yoda. The ferocity Luminara encountered was not reckless, it was calculated. The duel moved through the engine room and into the lower corridors. Ventress detonated her thermal charges mid-fight, blowing open bulkheads and creating chaos across multiple decks. Luminara was nearly killed when a blast door sealed her inside a collapsing compartment. She survived, but the delay cost her the engagement. Ventress reached the detention level. Ahsoka held her ground. She engaged Ventress directly outside Gunray's cell. The Padawan fought well, but Ventress was stronger and more experienced. Ahsoka was pushed back. The fight bought time, but it did not stop the rescue. The killing blow came from inside the Republic's own ranks. Senate Commando Captain Argaius had been bribed by Count Dooku before the mission began. Argaius was a Republic officer, a member of the Senate's own elite guard, hand-selected for high security assignments. The man had served the Republic for years, and he had been turned. While Luminara and Ahsoka fought Ventress, Argaius killed his own men in the detention block, freed Gunray from his cell, and escorted the Viceroy to an escape pod. Commander Gree tried to stop him. Argaius overpowered the clone commander and told him that a clone would never understand. He wanted a life with more than empty servitude. The Republic's elite guard could be bought. Gunray and Argaius escaped the Tranquility aboard a Republic frigate that Ventress had commandeered during the assault. Ventress met them in the hangar. She had fought 2 Jedi, destroyed sections of a capital ship, and extracted a high-value prisoner from one of the most secure transports in the Republic fleet. When Argaius began boasting about his role in the escape, Ventress killed him. She drove her lightsaber through his chest without a word. The Separatists did not share credit. Argaius had been a tool. His usefulness was over. The Tranquility incident exposed a vulnerability the Republic had never seriously addressed. Its own officers could be bought. The Senate Commandos were supposed to be incorruptible, the Republic's last line of internal security. Argaius proved that the line was thinner than anyone wanted to admit. The Jedi Council reviewed the incident. They noted Luminara's tactical error in underestimating Ventress. Ahsoka's performance under pressure was also reviewed, but no broader counterintelligence review of the Senate Commando Corps followed. The betrayal was treated as an isolated incident. It was not. This was embarrassing. Gunray's escape triggered an immediate pursuit. Republic intelligence tracked the Viceroy's transponder signal to the third moon of Vasek, a desolate volcanic world in the Outer Rim. The signal appeared to be coming from a fortified structure on the moon's surface. The Jedi Council dispatched Kit Fisto, a Nautolan Jedi Master and veteran of Geonosis, to investigate. Fisto brought his former Padawan Nadar Veb, a Mon Calamari Jedi Knight who had been recently promoted during the wartime knighting ceremonies. Veb was eager to prove himself. That eagerness would cost him his life. The signal was a trap. As depicted in the Season 1 episode Lair of Grievous, the fortress on Vasek's third moon held no Separatist prisoner. It was General Grievous's personal lair. The structure had been built into the volcanic rock of the moon itself, reinforced with blast doors, surveillance systems, and automated defenses. Grievous used it as a private retreat between campaigns. The interior displayed trophies taken from Jedi and Republic officers Grievous had killed. Lightsabers mounted on walls, masks arranged in alcoves, the remnants of warriors who had not survived their encounters with the cyborg general. Gunray's transponder signal had been deliberately routed to Grievous's lair. Count Dooku had arranged the entire scenario. Not to protect Gunray, not to ambush the Jedi, Dooku had designed the encounter as a performance evaluation for Grievous. The general had failed at the Malevolence. He had failed at Bathory. He had failed at Skytop Station. Dooku wanted to see whether his military commander could still kill Jedi. Fisto and Veb entered the fortress expecting to find Gunray. They found Grievous instead. The general arrived shortly after the Jedi breached the outer defenses, descending into his own fortress through a private entrance. His IG-100 Magna Guards engaged the Jedi first, followed by waves of battle droids cycling through the lair's corridors. Grievous was angry. Intruders had entered his home, and his trophies were at risk. And Dooku was watching through hidden surveillance feeds, evaluating every move Grievous made. The confrontation escalated through multiple levels of the fortress. Fisto and Veb fought through Grievous's pet Rogwart, a massive armored beast the general kept as a guard animal in the lower chambers. They destroyed it. They pushed deeper into the lair, searching for an exit while Grievous sealed corridors and rerouted them through kill zones designed to give him every advantage. The fortress was his territory. Every blast door, every corridor junction, every surveillance camera fed into a system Grievous controlled. The Jedi were not hunting the general. The general was hunting them. Nadar Veb made a critical error. Fisto ordered a retreat. The lair was compromised. The mission parameters had changed, and continuing deeper into Grievous's fortress with no reinforcements and no extraction plan was tactically indefensible. Veb refused. The young knight had been promoted during the war. He had trained to fight, and he wanted to prove himself against a target worthy of his abilities. Veb broke from Fisto's position and pursued Grievous alone through the upper corridors. Grievous was waiting for him. The general killed Nadar Veb in single combat. It was not close. Kit Fisto barely escaped. The Nautolan Master fought his way to the landing platform and reached his starfighter under fire from Grievous's automated turrets. Fisto made it off the moon alive, but he left his former Padawan's body behind in the fortress. The mission had accomplished nothing. Gunray was not on Vasek, and Grievous remained free. A Jedi Knight was dead, and Dooku, watching the entire engagement through a surveillance feed, contacted Grievous afterward with a single assessment. There was room for improvement. The parallel between Dooku's evaluation and the Kaminoan training system was precise. The Sith tested their generals the way Kamino tested its clones, through survival. Nadar Veb had not survived. In Dooku's calculus, that meant Grievous still needed refinement. In the Jedi Council's calculus, it meant another name added to the war's growing casualty list. Neither institution stopped to ask what it cost. The Republic's hunt for Separatist leadership had now produced two failures in rapid succession. Gunray had been captured and lost within a single day. The pursuit of his signal had led to a trap that killed a Jedi Knight. This was costly. The pattern was becoming clear. The Separatist leadership did not stay captured, and hunting them on their own terms, in their own territory, cost the lives the Republic could not replace. The third attempt appeared briefly to be different. Count Dooku himself fell into Republic hands, Not through a Jedi operation, not through military action, through a pirate. This was not a field victory, this was the war in a cell. Hondo Ohnaka commanded a gang of weak-white pirates operating from a base on the planet Florum. Hondo was a survivor, an opportunist, and a pragmatist who had built a profitable operation raiding cargo shipments in the Outer Rim. He maintained contacts in both the Republic and the Confederacy, held no loyalty to either side, and it treated the conflict as a business opportunity. Count Dooku's solar sailor had crashed on the nearby planet Vancor following a pursuit by Anakin and Obi-Wan. Hondo's crew found the Sith Lord amid the wreckage on Vancor and offered him passage to Florum. Once there, they took his lightsabers and locked him in a cell. Hondo had captured one of the most powerful Force users in the galaxy through salvage rights and opportunism. The ransom demand reached Coruscant within hours. Hondo wanted 1 million credits in spice. The price was irrelevant. The Republic was being offered the leader of the Separatist movement and the head of the Confederacy's military command. The man who had orchestrated every campaign of Year One delivered without a single Republic soldier firing a shot. Chancellor Palpatine authorized the payment. The Jedi Council sent Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi to Florum to verify that Dooku was actually in custody before the ransom was delivered. Anakin and Obi-Wan confirmed the capture. Dooku was alive, imprisoned in Hondo's compound, restrained by an energy field that suppressed his connection to the Force. The Sith Lord was furious, but contained. For the first time in the war, the Republic had its enemy's supreme commander in a cage. The verification was transmitted to Coruscant, and the ransom convoy was launched. What followed was a cascade of failures that destroyed the Republic's best chance to end the war. Hondo was generous with his guests. He invited Anakin and Obi-Wan to a banquet celebrating the deal. The Jedi accepted. The drinks were drugged. Anakin and Obi-Wan switched their cups with a weak-white pirates, avoiding the spiked drinks. But Hondo's monkey lizard, Pilf Mukmuk, released gas into the room. Both Jedi were incapacitated. They woke up in a cell next to Dooku, shackled together with the very prisoner they had come to collect. The Republic's verification team was now imprisoned alongside the target. Hondo considered it an upgrade. 3 prisoners meant the ransom could be renegotiated. The ransom convoy arrived under the command of Senator Karras, a veteran Republic diplomat, accompanied by a clone detachment led by Commander Stone and Representative Jar Jar Binks. The convoy carried the full payment in spice. It should have been a straightforward exchange. It was not. Turk Falso, one of Hondo's most trusted lieutenants, had decided that the ransom was worth more than his loyalty to the pirate chief. Turk ordered a fellow pirate to shoot down the Republic convoy as it approached Florum. The transport shuttle carrying Senator Karras was hit. Karras died in the crash, and the clone pilots were killed on impact. The spice shipment scattered across the surface of the Doshar fields. Turk then returned to Hondo's compound and lied to his captain's face, claiming that the Republic had sent an army instead of a ransom payment. Hondo, believing Turk's report, mobilized his pirates to defend the compound. The situation collapsed into chaos on multiple fronts simultaneously. Anakin and Obi-Wan escaped their cell during the confusion and fought through Hondo's corridors towards the landing platform. Jar Jar, leading the surviving clones from the crashed shuttle, stumbled toward the compound from the opposite direction. In the resulting engagement, Jar Jar accidentally rammed a commandeered pirate tank into the base's main power supply lines. The explosion knocked out power across the compound, deactivating security systems, energy fields, and containment barriers simultaneously. Dooku was free. The power failure had disabled his cell suppression field. The Sith Lord wasted no time. Through the Force, Dooku manipulated Turk Falso into killing his own pirate accomplice, then choked Turk to death as the traitor tried to flee with stolen spice. Dooku then commandeered a Flare Star-class attack shuttle on the landing platform and escaped Florum before either the Republic or Hondo's pirates could react. The Republic's best chance to end the war through a single capture had evaporated because a pirate lieutenant got greedy and a power supply took a direct hit from a stolen tank. Senator Karras was dead. The ransom was lost. Dooku was free. Anakin and Obi-Wan returned to Coruscant with nothing to show for the mission except bruised pride and a diplomatic incident with a pirate gang the Republic could not afford to antagonize. This was catastrophic. The hunt for Separatist leadership in Year 1 followed a pattern so consistent it cannot be a coincidence. Gunray was captured on Rhodia and feared from the Tranquility within a day. The pursuit of Gunray's signal led to Vassek, where a Jedi Knight died in a trap calibrated as a performance review. Dooku was captured on Florrum and escaped through a chain of betrayals and accidents that no one on either side had controlled. Grievous had escaped at Bathory, at the Malevolence, at Rishi Station, and at Skytop Station. Ventress had escaped every management she had entered since the war began. The Republic could win battles. It could hold planets. It could destroy superweapons and break blockades and secure hyperspace lanes, but it cannot capture and hold the people running the war. Every Separatist leader who fell into Republic hands eventually walked free. Every pursuit led to a dead end, a trap, or a catastrophe that cost the Republic more than it gained. This was not a coincidence. It was a structure. The war was not designed to end with a decisive capture. It was designed to continue. Sidious needed both sides fighting. Dooku had to remain free and command the Separatists, and Grievous had to remain free to terrorize the Republic. Sidious needed the war to grind forward, eroding the Senate's independence, deepening the Jedi's entanglement, and consolidating his own emergency powers with every new crisis. A captured Dooku would have ended the Confederacy. A dead Grievous would have crippled Separatist military operations. Neither outcome served the man controlling both sides. The Republic sent its best generals, its most skilled operatives, and its most trusted diplomats to end the war by capturing the enemy's leadership. It sent Luminara Unduli and Ahsoka Tano to guard Gunray. It sent Kit Fisto and Nadar Veb to track him. It sent Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi to collect Dooku. Every mission failed, and every leader escaped. And after every failure, the war continued exactly as it had before. Year 1 ended without a single Separatist leader in Republic custody. Not Gunray, not Dooku, not Grievous, not Ventress. The Republic had fought across dozens of systems, lost hundreds of Jedi and thousands of clones, and the enemy's command structure remained completely intact. The war had not been won, it had not even been dented, and that was exactly how it was designed. Chapter 9: Blueprint of Empire. The war's first year was over. The Republic had fought across dozens of star systems, from the arena floor of Geonosis to the swamps of Rhodia, from the coral moon of Urgoza to the pirate compounds of Florrum. It had defeated a superweapon, secured the Hutt Treaty, and held the Outer Rim through sacrifice and diplomacy. It had proven that its clone soldiers could fight, adapt, and die with a courage that no training program could manufacture, and it had failed completely and without exception to capture a single leader of the enemy government. But the war's purpose had never been victory. The war's purpose was construction, and by the end of Year 1, the architecture was complete. Every emergency power the Galactic Senate granted Palpatine in Year 1 was still in effect when he dissolved the Republic and declared himself Emperor. Not one was revoked. Not one was challenged. Not one was even reviewed. The chain of command told the entire story. The Grand Army of the Republic answered to the Supreme Chancellor. The Jedi Order answered to the Grand Army. The Senate had ceded military authority to one man in a single vote, proposed by a junior representative from Naboo who had been manipulated into speaking on behalf of an absent senator. That vote was never revisited. The Military Creation Act, the legislation that would have placed the Army under formal Senate oversight with appropriations committees and command review boards, was never passed. Palpatine's emergency powers made it unnecessary. The Army that fought Year 1 was not authorized by democratic process. It was authorized by one man's signature, and that man was Darth Sidious. No senator ever introduced a motion to rescind the emergency powers. The senator's role in Year 1 had been reduced to spectator. Senators debated supply allocations while planets starved. They voted on relief packages that arrived too late to matter and sent diplomats to negotiate ransoms that were never collected. Senator Karras died on Florum carrying spice to pay a pirate for a prisoner who escaped before the payment could be delivered. Senator Farr nearly defected to the Separatists because the Republic could not feed his people. The Senate functioned. It simply did not function fast enough to matter. And with every delay, with every failure, the argument for centralized authority grew stronger. Palpatine did not need to seize power. The Senate handed it to him, one emergency at a time. Each crisis produced a new resolution granting the Chancellor broader executive authority, and each resolution expired on paper but was never formally rescinded. The emergency became permanent because no one could agree on when the emergency had ended. The Jedi Order had entered the war as the Republic's moral authority. By the end of Year 1, it had become the Republic's military infrastructure. Roughly 183 of the 212 Jedi sent to Geonosis never came home. Ima Gundy fell on Ryloth defending refugees the Senate had not yet authorized him to help, and Nadar Veb died on Vasek in a fortress calibrated as a performance evaluation for a Separatist general, and the Jedi who questioned the war's morality were silenced. Prasid Dibbs was a Jedi Master who served under Mace Windu on a mission to Hisrich during the opening weeks of the war. Dibbs witnessed the civilian costs of the Republic's military operations and challenged Windu directly. He argued that the Jedi had abandoned their mandate by becoming soldiers in a conflict that served political interests rather than the will of the Force. Windu did not engage the argument. The Jedi Council court-martialed Dibbs, and Ki-Adi-Mundi delivered the verdict. Dibbs was reassigned to the archives, removed from active service. The dissent was documented, but the underlying question was never addressed. Mil Alabeth, another Jedi who served with Anakin during the same period, asked him why peacekeepers carried weapons. Anakin had no answer. The Council demanded unity from an order that was fracturing under the weight of a war it had never been built to fight. Unity, in practice, meant silence. The contradictions were visible to anyone willing to look. Mace Windu had told Palpatine that the Jedi were keepers of the peace, not soldiers. Weeks later, Windu was leading combat operations on Hisrich with a full clone battalion at his command. Yoda had told 3 clones on Rugosa that the Force resided in all living things, but the order that employed those clones had never asked whether the Force's presence in them entitled them to freedom. The Jedi Temple itself sat atop an ancient Sith shrine whose dark energy had been seeping upward through the foundations for 1,000 years. The Order could not sense the dark side closing around it because the dark side had been beneath its feet the entire time. Barriss Offee had fought at Geonosis. She survived, but the experience planted something in her that the Jedi Council did not detect and could not have treated if it had. Offee's disillusionment with the Order would deepen over the next 2 years, until it culminated in an act of terrorism against the Jedi Temple itself. That event lay ahead, but its roots were in Year 1, in the arena on Geonosis, in the moment a Padawan watched her order transform from peacekeepers into generals and understood that something fundamental had broken. The clones occupied the war's most precarious position. They fought. They bled. They died in numbers the Republic never fully disclosed. And at the end of Year 1, the institution they served had still not determined whether they were citizens or equipment. Slick had called the Jedi slaveholders on Christophsis, and the Republic filed the report and moved on. Clone 99 had proven on Kamino that Worth transcended combat utility, and the training system had classified him as defective. Heavy had sacrificed himself on Rishi Station to save the entire cloning facility, and the Republic's official records logged the destruction of the listening post as an infrastructure loss. His name did not appear in the report. Rex wore Jaeguys on his helmet, a Mandalorian combat honor, because his instructors had recognized what he was. Cody commanded the 212th with a tactical precision that rivaled any Jedi general, and Echo and Fives had earned their places in the 501st through loss and survival. The Republic treated every clone as government property. Clones had no citizenship, they had no legal standing to refuse an order, request reassignment, or challenge their conditions of service. They could not vote, own property, or leave military service, and the Kaminoans who manufacture them retain proprietary control over the cloning process itself. The clones existed in a legal void between sentient beings and military hardware, and the Republic preferred to leave that void unresolved. Defining clones as people would have required granting them rights. Granting them rights would have required acknowledging that the Republic was fighting its war with an enslaved army. No senator introduced legislation, and no committee held hearings. The question was raised in Year 1, deferred, and never formally answered. If they were property, Order 66 would not be murder. It would be activation. Yoda had declared on Ragoza that the Force resided in every clone. The Republic never followed through on what that declaration meant. If the Force resided in them, they were living beings with a claim to self-determination. If they were living beings with a claim to self-determination, then the Republic was fighting its war with an army of conscripts who had never been asked whether they wanted to fight. The inhibitor chips were inside every clone who fought Year 1, every trooper who served under Anakin, under Obi-Wan, under Plo Koon, under Luminara, under Kit Fisto. Every clone who had earned a name, painted his armor, carved a mark into his chest plate. The chips did not care about names. They did not care about loyalty. They waited. And buried inside every clone, implanted past the third stage of embryonic development, a biochip waited. The Kaminoans had performed the implantation themselves. Darth Tyrannus, operating under the identity of a Jedi benefactor, had deceived Lama Su and Nala Se into believing the chips were Sifo-Dyas' original safety measure against rogue Jedi. The Sith had not infiltrated the cloning facility. They had manipulated it from the outside. The Kaminoans implanted the chips willingly, believing they served a Jedi-authorized purpose. The chips were undetected by the Jedi and by the clones themselves, programmed with a single contingency order that would, when activated, turn every soldier in the Grand Army against the generals who led them. The men who had saved the Republic would one day be ordered to destroy it. Anakin Skywalker stood at the center of every thread the war had woven, a 19-year-old Jedi Knight secretly married to a senator whose political career depended on the same democracy that Palpatine was dismantling. Carrying the unprocessed trauma of the Tusken Massacre, a confession he had delivered not to his master, not to the Jedi Council, but to the Chancellor. Palpatine had responded the way the Jedi never would have. Where the Council would have demanded accountability and discipline, Palpatine offered understanding. Where Obi-Wan would have expressed horror and disappointment, Palpatine offered absolution. The Chancellor told Anakin that his anger was natural, that his power was extraordinary, that the loss he had suffered was not his fault. Every word was calculated, every assurance widened the distance between Anakin and the order that had raised him. The bond between them deepened with every conversation, every private audience, every moment Palpatine treated him as the son the Jedi Order had refused to let him be. The Council had given Anakin a Padawan. Yoda had crafted the assignment deliberately. Teach Anakin to care for someone, and then let go. Ahsoka Tano was 14 years old when she arrived on Christophsis. By the end of Year 1, she had fought at Teth, at the Malevolence, at Skytop Station, at the Tranquility, and on Vassic's moon alongside Kit Fisto. She had disobeyed orders to save Plo Koon, face Grievous and Ventress, and survive both. Yoda's lesson was working. Anakin was learning to care. The problem was that Anakin had never learned to let go of anything, and now he had one more person he could not afford to lose. Every bond that would destroy Anakin Skywalker was forming in Year 1. His marriage to Padme, his dependence on Palpatine, his attachment to Ahsoka, his loyalty to Rex and the 501st, his refusal to accept loss, demonstrated when he disobeyed the Council to recover a single astromech droid rather than accept that some things could not be saved. The Jedi had trained him to release attachment. The war had taught him to hold tighter. The Separatists had accomplished exactly what they needed to accomplish. Dooku's grand strategy of severing the Outer Rim from the core through hyperspace lane control had forced the Republic to spread its forces across an impossible number of fronts. Neutral systems had been pressured, invaded, or economically strangled into compliance. The Republic had secured the Hutt Treaty, but the cost of maintaining those supply lines consumed military resources that could have been deployed elsewhere. Every member of the Separatist Council survived Year 1 intact. The Confederacy's military command structure was untouched. Grievous was free. Ventress was free. Dooku was free. The war had created exactly the chaos Sidious needed to justify further centralization of power. And Sidious controlled all of it, both sides, every variable. The Chancellor who sent the Jedi to war was the Sith Master who had engineered the war's existence. The man who authorized the clone army was the same man whose agents had deceived the Kaminoans into implanting the chips that would turn that army into executioners. And the leader who dispatched Anakin to rescue Padme from the Malevolence had personally sent Padme into its path. Every victory the Republic celebrated in Year 1 had been permitted by Sidious. Every defeat the Republic suffered had been arranged by him. The war was a closed system, and he held every key. Year 1 did not decide the Clone Wars. It was never meant to. Year 1 built the framework that would end the Republic. The emergency powers that would become permanent. The Jedi generals who would be targeted by Order 66, and the clone soldiers who carried the chips that would execute it. The Senate that had surrendered its authority one vote at a time, and the boy who trusted the wrong man. The galaxy could not see the trap because the trap was the system itself. The war's second year would test every institution Year 1 had compromised. The Republic would return to Geonosis with a force large enough to take the planet. Mandalore would fracture under Separatist pressure and the shadow of a returning Sith Lord. The Senate's corruption would deepen as banking deregulation funded both sides of the conflict. Ahsoka Tano would grow from a reckless Padawan into a battlefield commander, and Anakin Skywalker would take another step towards the man waiting for him in the shadows. Everything that followed, every betrayal, every order, every death, was set in motion in these opening months. The war did not start at Geonosis. It started a decade earlier, in the mind of one man. And by the end of Year 1, that man controlled everything. The Republic, the Separatists, the Jedi, the clones, the boy. He did not conquer the galaxy, he guided it into collapse. The galaxy just did not know it yet. Thousands of years before any of that, a quiet woman sat in the Jedi archives and watched the same pattern turn over again and again. Jedi rose and Sith rose, and every few centuries the same war came back wearing a different name. She reached a conclusion about why, and neither side wanted to hear it. While Jedi fight Sith over light and dark, Kreia quietly dismantles the entire idea from the inside. She's not a hero, and she's not a villain, but something far more unsettling, a teacher who wanted to destroy the Force itself. She trained one of the most powerful Jedi in history, watched him fall, and was blamed for his crimes. The Jedi cast her out. The Sith betrayed her, and instead of breaking, she decided that both sides were wrong. That the Force itself was the true enemy, a cosmic puppeteer using living beings as pawns in an endless war. She decided the only way to truly free the galaxy was to make it deaf to the Force forever. What follows is the complete history of Kreia, from Jedi historian to Sith Lord to something beyond either. Her journey spans decades of galactic history, from the Mandalorian Wars to her final confrontation on a shattered world called Malachor 5. But long before she took the name Darth Traya, Kreia was a blind Jedi who saw more than anyone with eyes ever could, and the secrets she uncovered in the archives would set the galaxy on fire. This and all following information are drawn from official Star Wars Legends sources, and we highly recommend exploring these stories. Chapter 1: The Blind Seeker. Long before the wars and the betrayals, long before she took the name Darth Traya and declared war on the Force itself, Kreia was something far simpler. She was a scholar. Records from the Jedi archives show that she served the Order as a historian and consular, spending her days among ancient texts and meditation chambers, while other Jedi sought adventure across the galaxy. She reached the rank of Jedi Master through decades of dedicated service, earning respect for her knowledge of galactic history and her insights into the mysteries of the Force. But even in those early years, there was something different about her that set her apart from her peers in ways they could not quite name or explain. Kreia's approach to the Force was unusual from the very beginning. The Knights of the Old Republic campaign guide states that she tried to uncover the deepest secrets of the galaxy through intense meditation, pushing herself further into trance-like states than most Jedi thought safe or wise. She would spend hours in silence, sometimes days, reaching into layers of awareness that her fellow masters rarely explored. This practice came with a physical cost that she accepted without complaint. Her eyesight began to weaken from disuse as she relied more and more on her connection to the Force rather than her natural senses. Eventually, her eyes turned completely white, leaving her blind by any normal measure. Yet, instead of seeking treatment for this condition through the many medical tools available in the Republic space, the Jedi historian let her blindness consume her. She simply let her eyesight go, deciding that physical sight was no longer useful when she could sense so much more through other means. Her bond with the Force allowed her to perceive the world in ways that eyes could never provide. She could feel the intentions of others before they spoke a single word, detect the echoes of past events lingering in ancient places, and noticed the subtle currents of fate that flowed through all living things. The Force became her vision, and through it, she witnessed truths that stayed hidden to those who relied on ordinary senses alone. This willingness to give up comfort for knowledge would shape her entire way of thinking in the decades that followed. Kreia believed that real wisdom required real cost, that deeper truths could not be gained without giving up something in exchange. The Jedi who kept their eyesight also kept their limits, bound to a narrow band of awareness that stopped them from seeing the larger patterns woven through existence. She had traded physical sight for something far more valuable, and she never regretted the exchange, even when it made others uneasy to look upon her pale, empty eyes staring back at them without focus or recognition. Then, for decades, Kreia trained students at the Jedi Temple, and her methods became legendary for their difficulty and strangeness. She did not simply teach lightsaber forms or meditation techniques the way other masters did. Instead, she challenged her students with riddles that had no easy answers, puzzles designed to expose the gaps in their thinking rather than fill those gaps with simple certainties. Her fellow Jedi came to call these lessons Kreia's conundrums, and most of them view the exercises as harmless mental games that serve no real practical purpose. But her students experienced something very different from what the other masters imagined. They found themselves confused, unsettled, and forced to examine everything they thought they knew about what it meant to serve the Force. The riddles she posed were meant to reveal the limits of the Jedi Code itself. She would ask her students to consider what truly made someone a Jedi, whether the answer was the lightsaber, the robes, the training, or something else entirely that nobody could name. She would challenge them to explain why the Order forbade emotional bonds, when such bonds seemed to drive people to protect others and fight for justice. She would present situations where following the code led to suffering for innocent people, and breaking the code led to their rescue. Then ask which choice was truly correct when both paths carried weight. These were not riddles meant to be solved with clever words, but burdens meant to be carried for a lifetime of service and reflection. Yet, her most controversial teaching cut even deeper. Her focus on tracing cause and effect to their final, often terrible results. Kreia believed every action created ripples spreading far beyond what normal senses could track, and that most people never bothered to follow those ripples to see where they actually led. She taught that giving credits to a beggar might attract thieves who would harm him for his newfound wealth, or that charity might teach dependence on kindness that would not always appear when needed. Kreia demanded that her students think through these outcomes before acting on generous impulses. Chronicles from this era preserve some of her teachings on this subject, and they remain troubling to traditional Jedi even centuries later. She believed that careless compassion actually weakened the people it was meant to help, that solving someone's problems for them robbed them of the struggle that would have made them stronger. The inner battles that people fight and win on their own bring the greatest rewards, she argued, and by taking those battles away from them, you cheapen their growth and leave them less ready for future hardships. This was not cruelty for its own sake, but a viewpoint built on a deeper grasp of how real strength develops over time through trial and difficulty rather than comfort and ease. Her teachings trouble the Council. The Order taught that compassion was always good, regardless of the outcome, that Jedi should help those in need whenever the chance arose without measuring whether that help might cause them harm down the line. Kreia saw this attitude as naive and potentially dangerous to the very people the Jedi claimed to serve. She believed that the Jedi created weakness throughout the galaxy by constantly rushing to solve every problem they found. They produced populations who could not survive without help, entire star systems that fell apart the moment their protectors looked away. The Order was not shielding the weak, but creating them in even greater numbers. Her criticism went beyond Jedi methods to the Order's basic relationship with the Force itself. Most Jedi treated the Force as a kind guide, a cosmic ally that would always steer them towards the right path if they simply trusted in its wisdom and followed its currents without resistance. Kreia found this attitude to be childish and potentially dangerous in ways her peers refused to consider. She saw the Force as something far more complex and far less caring than her peers imagined, a power that used living beings as much as they used it. The Jedi had become so dependent on this cosmic energy that they could not picture life without it, and this need made them weak in ways they refused to examine. Meanwhile, the Jedi historian began developing a radical idea that would define her entire existence. She believed that truly grasping the Force required more than studying the light side in safe isolation. One needed contrast, one needed to examine how the dark side worked, not to embrace it or serve its goals, but to learn why it existed and what it showed about the basic nature of the power that ruled all life. The Jedi Code provided answers to many inquiries, but those answers were incomplete at best and misleading at worst. They showed one view of a reality that could only be grasped by looking at it from every possible angle. Kreia was set on finding the missing pieces, no matter where that search might lead her. Her fellow masters viewed these teachings with growing worry as the years passed. They did not grasp why she pushed her students to challenge the code so hard, or why she seemed to find value in viewpoints that bordered on forbidden thinking. The Jedi Council preferred certainty above all else, clear rules that could be followed without gray areas or personal interpretation. And Kreia's conundrums threatened that certainty with every troubling inquiry she posed to young minds still forming their beliefs. They put up with her because she produced results, because her students often became capable and thoughtful Jedi who served the Order well, but they never fully trusted her methods or the drives behind them. Some within the Order whispered that Kreia was walking a dangerous path, one that would lead her from the light she claimed to serve. Others defended her as a needed voice of disagreement, someone who kept the Jedi honest by challenging their easy assumptions about the nature of wisdom and virtue. But no matter where individual masters stood on the matter, everyone agreed on one basic truth. Kreia was different from the rest of them. She saw the galaxy through eyes that no longer worked in the physical sense, and perhaps because of this, she noticed patterns and possibilities that others missed entirely. The campaign guide records that a Jedi Master named Aaron Kay served as one of Revan's earliest teachers before being cast out from the Order for having a secret child with an Akani general. The links between Kay and Kreia have sparked debate among historians for generations. Both women trained Revan during his formative years. Both were cast out from the Order under disputed circumstances. Both were believed to have fallen at the Battle of Malachor V, yet neither body was ever found or confirmed destroyed. Whether Kreia and Aaron Kay were the same person using different names at different points in her life remains officially unproven, but the possibility adds another layer of mystery to an already puzzling figure. What historical texts confirm without doubt is that Kreia's time as a simple Jedi scholar would not last forever. Her troubling inquiries drew attention from those who feared her influence on young minds, and from those who were pulled towards her unusual wisdom, like travelers seeking shelter from a storm. Among her many students over the decades, one would stand out above all the rest. A gifted young Jedi whose hunger for knowledge matched her own, and whose unwillingness to accept easy answers would reshape the galaxy itself. That story begins with a name that would echo through history long after both teacher and student had passed into legend. Chapter 2: The Student Called Revan. Of all the students who passed through Kreia's care over the decades, none left a deeper mark on her thinking than the young Jedi who would one day be known across the galaxy as Revan. From the moment he arrived at the Jedi Temple as a child, there was something different about him that set him apart from his peers. He was gifted in ways that defied easy labels, taking in lessons at a speed that left his teachers struggling to keep up with his hunger for knowledge. But what truly caught Kreia's attention was not his raw talent with the Force, as remarkable as it was. What drew her to this particular student was his refusal to accept answers that felt incomplete. When other Padawans nodded along with their masters and memorized the code without thought, Revan asked why. He demanded reasons that satisfied his mind, and he grew restless when those reasons contained gaps. Records from this period show that Kreia served as one of Revan's earliest and most shaping teachers during his formative years at the temple. The Jedi Council looked upon her methods with worry even then, concerned that her unusual approach would lead promising students down dangerous paths. But Revan thrived under her guidance in ways that surprised everyone, including Kreia herself. He did not simply take in her lessons about cause and effect, about the limits of the code, about the need for contrast to reach true grasp. He made them fully his own and began building upon them, reaching conclusions that even his teacher had not fully put into words. In Revan, Kreia had found something rare. She had found a mind that could match her own. The bond between teacher and student grew into something more layered than simple instruction. Kreia came to see Revan as her greatest success, living proof that her methods could shape Jedi of rare quality. Jedi historical texts note that she regarded him as power itself. This was not merely power in the sense of being able to move objects or overcome opponents in battle, but power in a more basic way. Revan had an unshakable will that bent events to his desires rather than letting events dictate his choices. He grasped that the galaxy rewarded those who acted with purpose, and he refused to be held back by rules that existed only because nobody had thought to challenge them before. Yet even her respect for Revan did not blind Kreia to aspects of his nature that troubled her. Even as she nurtured his growth, she could not grasp her former students' interest in droids and machines, in things that were dead to the Force and therefore beyond its reach. The campaign guide notes that Kreia believed this interest came from a darker impulse, a desire for followers who would obey his commands without question or pause. A droid did not argue back. A droid did not raise moral concerns. A droid simply carried out its orders, regardless of what those orders might mean. Kreia suspected that Revan would have loved nothing more than to surround himself with living beings who acted the same way, empty vessels who carried out his will without the burden of independent thought. Yet, despite these worries, Kreia believed Revan stood for something vital about the Force itself. She came to think of him as the living embodiment of Force potential, a being so deeply linked to that cosmic energy that his fate and the fate of the galaxy were woven together in ways that few could see. The Force flowed through Revan more strongly than through almost anyone else Kreia had ever met, and this bond gave him insights that others could not reach. When he made choices that seemed reckless or hard to grasp to outside viewers, Kreia suspected that he was responding to currents in the Force that only he could feel. He was not being hasty. He was being guided by something beyond normal awareness, something that called him towards a destiny that transcended the petty concerns of the Jedi Council. Kreia taught Revan that contrast was essentially for grasping the Force in its fullness. Studying only the light side was like trying to understand a sculpture by looking at it from only one angle. You might think you knew what it looked like, but your knowledge would be incomplete and possibly wrong in important ways. Only by examining the subject from every possible viewpoint could you hope to grasp its true form. She encouraged him to question the simple division of the galaxy into light and dark, good and evil, Jedi and Sith. These labels struck her as childish oversimplifications that stop people from seeing the true complexity of existence. A person could do terrible things for noble reasons. A person could do kind things that produce awful results down the line. Revan absorbed these lessons more deeply than anyone Kreia had ever taught. He studied the ways of the Jedi with care, mastering their methods and taking in their views until he knew them better than most masters on the council. But he did not stop there. He sought out forbidden knowledge, explored dark side practices that his teachers had warned him against, and examined the Sith viewpoint, not because he wished to embrace evil, but because he wished to understand the full range of what the Force could do. This willingness to look beyond comfortable limits was what made him stand out from the crowd. He was not content to accept the boundaries that others placed around him. After leaving Kreia's care, Revan sought out other masters to continue his training. He studied under Zar Lestin and Dorak, absorbing their teachings and adding them to the foundation that his first teacher had built. He rose through the ranks of the Order with remarkable speed, reaching the position of Jedi Knight while still fairly young. But despite this added training from more traditional masters, the core of his thinking remained shaped by those early years with Kreia. He never forgot her conundrums about the limits of the code. Kreia's teachings had given Revan the tools to see what other Jedi would not admit. The Order claimed to serve the light, but that service often looked like standing aside while innocent people suffered. The Council preached wisdom, but that wisdom often served as an excuse for inaction when action was needed most. These insights would soon be tested when a new threat emerged from beyond the Outer Rim, and Revan's response would change everything for his former teacher and for the galaxy itself. Chapter 3: The Council's Judgment. The year was 3964 BBY, and the galaxy was burning. Mandalorian Neo-Crusaders had launched a massive invasion of Republic space, sweeping through the Outer Rim with a brutality that shocked even seasoned military commanders. World after world fell to the warrior clans, their populations either conquered or scattered as refugees fleeing towards the core. The Republic military fought back where it could, but it was losing ground with each passing month. Billions of innocent lives hung in the balance, and everyone looked to the Jedi Order for help. After all, the Jedi had always been the guardians of peace and justice in the galaxy. Surely they would rise to meet this threat. But the Jedi Council refused to act. Records from this period show that the Masters who governed the Order chose to remain on the sidelines while the Mandalorians continued their campaign of conquest. They preached care and caution, warning that rushing into war would be reckless and could lead to disaster. The Council sensed something hidden behind the Mandalorian aggression, a more serious threat that had not yet shown itself, and they feared that stepping in too soon would play into the hands of an unknown enemy. They meditated, they debated, they waited for the Force to provide clarity while entire worlds were being crushed beneath Mandalorian boots. Yet for Kreia, watching from the Jedi Temple, this refusal to act was cowardice dressed in noble words. She had spent decades teaching her students to think through the results of their choices, to trace the ripples of every action to their final outcomes. Now, she was witnessing the results of inaction, and those results were measured in body counts that grew larger every single day. The Jedi Code spoke of protecting the innocent and serving the greater good, yet the Council was doing neither of those things. They were hiding behind doctrine while the galaxy screamed for help that would never arrive from those who claimed to be its protectors. The gap between Jedi ideals and Jedi behavior had never been clearer to the aging master. She had always believed that the code was incomplete, that it failed to provide answers for every situation a Jedi might face. But now, she began to suspect something worse. Perhaps the code was not merely incomplete, but actively harmful. A set of rules that sounded noble in theory, but produced paralysis when action was needed most. The Masters spoke endlessly about the dangers of the dark side, about the value of patience and staying calm. Yet their caution was allowing evil to spread unchecked across hundreds of star systems while they sat safely in their temple. Then, one of her former students saw the same gap between words and deeds, and unlike the Council, he acted. The young knight returned to Kreia during the early years of the conflict, seeking her guidance on a matter that troubled him deeply. The council claimed that patience was a virtue, that the Force would show the right path in time, but Revan saw worlds falling every day while the Jedi meditated. He watched innocents perish while his superiors debated fine points of doctrine. Kreia did not give him simple answers because simple answers were not her way, but she did not tell him to stop pushing against the council's inaction either. And perhaps that silence was answer enough for a young man looking for permission to act. What happened next would reshape the galaxy and seal Kreia's fate within the Jedi Order. Revan made his choice. He would not wait for approval that would never come. He would not meditate while the Republic crumbled around him. Instead, he began gathering other Jedi who shared his frustration with the Council's refusal to act, building a movement of like-minded warriors willing to defy their masters openly. These rogue Jedi argued that the Order's own values demanded action rather than thought alone. They believed that protecting the innocent meant actually protecting them, not discussing what protection might look like, while innocents continued to suffer and fall. Among those who answered Revan's call was a young Jedi named Meetra Surik, who would later play a key role in Kreia's plans. Historical accounts indicate that Surik was driven and capable, exactly the kind of Jedi who could not stomach watching the galaxy burn while her superiors debated fine points of doctrine. She joined the Rogue Jedi and eventually rose to the rank of general, commanding Republic forces in some of the war's most brutal battles. Thousands of Jedi followed Revan and Surik into the fight, leaving behind the Council's orders in favor of what they believed was a higher calling. The Order had never seen a split of this size, and the Masters who stayed behind watched in horror as their control fell apart. But the conflict itself was everything the Council had feared, and worse. The Mandalorians were fearsome opponents who had spent generations perfecting the art of combat, and beating them required tactics that pushed the limits of what Jedi thought was acceptable. Revan proved to be a military genius, but his methods grew more and more ruthless as the fighting dragged on. He ordered missions that gave up thousands of his own soldiers to reach key goals. He allowed the building of weapons that could lay waste to entire planets. He made deals with criminals and morally gray groups because winning required resources that the Republic alone could not provide. The hopeful Jedi who had left to save the galaxy were becoming something harder and colder with each passing battle. Kreia watched these changes from a distance, and what she saw confirmed her darkest thoughts about the nature of the Force and those who served it. The Jedi who stayed behind claimed moral high ground because their hands stayed clean, yet their refusal to act had made the very harshness they condemned necessary. The Jedi who went to war believed they were doing right, yet the conflict was changing them into something the Order would not recognize. Both sides claimed to serve the light, and both sides were failing in different but equally deep ways. The Force had not given clarity or guidance to anyone. It had simply watched as its servants tore themselves apart over matters it refused to settle. Yet when the war finally ended at Malachor V, the cost of victory proved beyond measure. Revan had won, but in winning, he had shown exactly what the Jedi Council had feared about letting Force users wage war without limits. Meetra Surik, who had given the command that ended the war through the mass shadow generator, found herself so damaged by the experience that she cut off her own bond to the Force simply to survive the mental aftermath. She had become a wound herself, a living echo of the disaster she had helped create. Then, Revan vanished into the unknown regions, taking his closest followers with him. When he returned, he was no longer a Jedi in any real sense. He had taken the title of Dark Lord of the Sith, and he brought with him a fleet of warships crewed by soldiers who had once served the Republic. The Jedi Civil War began, and once again, the galaxy was plunged into devastating conflict. The man who had left to save civilization had returned to conquer it, and the Order that had refused to stop the Mandalorians now found itself fighting against one of its own most gifted sons. For Kreia, the change in Revan was both a tragedy and proof that she had been right all along. She did not believe that her former student had truly fallen to the dark side in the way the Council so confidently described. She believed that a greater calling had come to him, that he had seen something in the unknown regions and met some threat so terrible that he believed only a united galaxy under his command could hope to survive it. The Jedi Civil War was not madness, but calculated planning, not failure, but sacrifice on a scale that few minds could grasp. Chronicles of the Old Republic record that the Masters who had refused to fight the Mandalorians now searched for someone to blame for everything that had gone wrong. They needed a reason for how so many promising Jedi had fallen to darkness, and they found their answer in Kreia's teachings. Then Jedi Master Atris led the charge against the aging scholar, and her reasons were deeply personal. She had greatly admired Mitra Surik and had been firmly against entering the Mandalorian conflict. When Surik and so many others left to fight despite the Council's orders, Atris felt personally betrayed by what she saw as their rejection of her own beliefs. She channeled that hurt into anger at the woman she held responsible for planting rebellious ideas in their minds. Atris argued that Kreia's unusual methods had planted the seeds of corruption in Revan and everyone he touched. The Council agreed with her assessment, and they declared that Kreia's free-thinking approach had bred failures rather than true Jedi. The pattern seemed clear to those looking for blame. Every student who had left to join the war could be traced back to Kreia's influence. Every Jedi who had fallen to the dark side had at some point been exposed to her conundrums. The Council did not ask whether their own refusal to act had played any role in driving young Jedi to desperate measures. They did not wonder whether the code itself might bear some blame for failing to provide guidance when guidance was needed most. They simply found a target and struck. By the Council's word, Kreia was cast out from the Jedi Order she had served for decades. They stripped her of her position, her standing, and her place in the only community she had ever known. She was removed not because she had done anything wrong in the usual sense, but because her teachings had produced students who made their own choices rather than following orders without thought. The Council had refused to act during the Mandalorian Wars, and that refusal had helped cause every horror that followed. Yet they faced no results for their passivity. Kreia had taught her students to think for themselves and act with conviction, and for that, she was punished as if she had personally led them into darkness. As she left the Jedi Temple for the last time, Kreia's view of the Order and the Force it served went through a basic change. She had always believed that the code was incomplete. Now she saw that its gaps were not a flaw, but a feature. A way of making sure that Jedi never challenged the power of those above them. The Council did not want thinkers, they wanted followers. They wanted servants of the Force who would trust in its will without ever asking what that will actually was or who it truly served. But the aging scholar was not finished seeking answers. Her most gifted student had transformed from Jedi Knight to Dark Lord, and she meant to understand why. To find those answers, she would need to trace the paths he had walked and seek out the places where he had made his most important discoveries. A journey that would take her to places the Jedi had always forbidden and change her into something the galaxy had never seen before. Chapter 4: Truth in Darkness. After the Jedi Council exiled her, Kreia did not simply fade into obscurity as her accusers might have hoped. She withdrew from the Order in silence, but she did not withdraw alone. A handful of students who still believed in her teachings chose to follow their former master rather than remain with a council that had abandoned its own values during the Mandalorian Wars. Together, this small group left the Jedi behind and ventured into the wider galaxy, searching for answers that the Order had proven unable to provide. Some observers assumed that Kreia had followed Revan and his Crusaders into battle, that she had finally joined the war she had been blamed for helping to start. But the truth was far more complex and far more dangerous than anyone guessed. Kreia had no interest in fighting Mandalorians or serving as a general in someone else's campaign. Her goal was something more personal and more profound than warfare. She meant to trace her former students' footsteps, to walk the paths that Revan had walked, and to find whatever secrets he had uncovered during his change from Jedi Knight to Dark Lord. Somewhere along that journey, Revan had found knowledge that changed everything he believed about the Force and his place within it. Kreia wanted to find that same knowledge for herself. She wanted to grasp what had turned her most gifted pupil into something the galaxy could not recognize. Her search led her at last to a world that should have been avoided by any sensible traveler. Malachor 5 had been changed by the mass shadow generator into a graveyard planet, its surface shattered and its skies choked with the dust of countless destroyed warships. But the physical ruin was nothing compared to what had happened to the Force in that place. The Knights of the Old Republic campaign guide notes that Malachor 5 had been a gathering point of dark side energies even before the final battle of the Mandalorian Wars. The planet had once been part of the ancient Sith Empire, steeped in centuries of dark side rituals, and shaped by the presence of Sith sorcerers who had practiced their arts there long before the Republic existed. The disaster that had ended the war had only made these energies stronger, creating force echoes so powerful that Kreia could feel them calling to her across the vastness of space. She landed on the broken world and found something that Revan had left behind. The Traya's Academy stood among the ruins, an ancient dark-side training ground that had survived the collapse of the planet's surface. This fortress had served as Revan's stronghold during his time as Dark Lord, and it contained secrets that the Jedi Order had never suspected existed. The Academy held the deepest and most guarded knowledge of the Sith, preserved in holocrons and manuscripts that dated back thousands of years to the original Sith Empire. Kreia had found a library of forbidden wisdom. Yet, the Sith assassins guarding the Academy did not attack her when she arrived. Historical records indicate that these warriors had been left behind by Revan to protect his stronghold, and they recognized Kreia as their master's former teacher. Rather than treating her as an intruder to be removed, they welcomed her as someone who had a rightful claim to the knowledge within these walls. They presented her with Sith Hermetica, ancient manuscripts written by sorcerers who had devoted their lives to grasping the true nature of the Force and the cosmos it ruled. Kreia accepted these texts and began to study them with the same focus she had once applied to Jedi teachings, set on learning whatever truths they contained, no matter how disturbing those truths might prove to be. What she found in those manuscripts changed her forever. The Sith sorcerers who had written these texts claimed to possess special insight into secret realities that ordinary beings could never perceive. They argued that the random and pointless nature of existence was obvious to anyone who bothered to look, that life seemed chaotic and meaningless because it genuinely was chaotic and meaningless on the surface. But awareness of the Force exposed this obvious fact as a lie, a comforting illusion that hid something far more troubling beneath. The Force was not a neutral energy field that living beings could tap into for power. It was a conscious entity with its own will, and it shaped everyone who touched it to serve purposes they could never grasp or agree to. The manuscripts claim that the Force betrayed those who were sensitive to its call. By granting them power, it chained them to a cosmic plan that cared nothing for their individual desires or well-being. Force users believed they were making choices, but those choices were guided by currents they could not perceive. They thought they were acting freely, but they were puppets dancing on strings, held by an entity that viewed their lives as tools to be used and discarded. The Sith sorcerers who wrote these texts believed that Force sensitives lived a lie, trapped in a twisted and chaotic universe that pretended to offer meaning while actually offering only servitude. Kreia took in these ideas and found that they confirmed suspicions she had carried for decades without fully putting them into words. She had always sensed that the Force was more than the Jedi described, that their teachings about a kind cosmic ally were dangerously incomplete. Now, she grasped the full scope of what she had only glimpsed before. The Force did have a will of its own. It did control the fates of living beings without their knowledge or consent. And the endless cycle of wars between Jedi and Sith, the countless lives lost in conflicts that seemed to repeat themselves across thousands of years, all of it served the Force's unknowable purposes rather than any goal that thinking beings would choose for themselves. Then, this new grasp pushed Kreia past a line from which there was no return. She fell to the dark side of the Force and took on a new identity that reflected her changed worldview. She became Darth Traya, the Lord of Betrayal, a title that captured both what had been done to her and what she meant to do in response. The Jedi had betrayed her by casting her out for pushing independent thought. Revan had betrayed her by becoming something she could not follow. The Force itself had betrayed every being who had ever trusted in its guidance, and now Traya would betray them all in turn, using the very power she despised to wage war against the cosmic tyrant that held the galaxy prisoner since the beginning of recorded history. Her studies at the Traya Academy also reveal the existence of an ancient threat lurking beyond the borders of known space. Chronicles from this era record that the true Sith, remnants of the original Sith Empire, had survived in the unknown regions for over 1,000 years. Revan had found this threat during his campaigns, and his change into a Dark Lord had been at least partly driven by his desire to ready the Republic for what was coming. Set on continuing the legacy her former student had built, Traya began rebuilding the Sith presence on Malachor V. She brought the Traya Academy back to life as a training ground for a new generation of dark-side followers, turning and recruiting Force sensitives who shared her anger towards the Jedi Order. The Sith troopers who had served under Revan pledged their loyalty to her as his former master, recognizing her claim over the remnants of his empire. Within a few years, Traya had changed herself from a cast-out scholar into the Dark Lord of the Sith, commanding forces that could threaten the very order that had thrown her away. But Traya was not interested in building an empire for its own sake or personal glory. Her goal remained the same as it had been since she read those ancient manuscripts and grasped what the Force truly was. She wanted to find a way to break its hold over the galaxy. To reach this goal, she needed to grasp how the Force could be wounded, how its grip could be weakened or cut entirely. She began hunting for beings who had suffered such wounds, and what she found gave rise to the most terrifying alliance the galaxy had ever seen. Chapter 5: Betrayal Made Flesh. Her search led her to two beings who stood as the most extreme examples of Force trauma she had ever encountered. Darth Nihilus had been created by the mass shadow generator at Malachor V, changed from a living person into something that could barely be called alive at all. He was a wound in the Force given form, an entity defined entirely by an endless hunger that could only be satisfied by consuming the life energy of others. Legends accounts describe Nihilus as slavery made flesh, a being so dependent on the Force that he had to feed on it constantly or cease to exist. Darth Traya stood for a different kind of imprisonment. He had been shattered in battle, his body broken beyond any hope of natural survival, but he refused to accept oblivion. Through sheer rage and dark side energy, he held his ruined flesh together by force of will, enduring constant agony in exchange for continued existence. He too was a slave to the Force, chained to his suffering in ways that he could never escape. Then, Traya brought these broken beings together and formed what would become known as the Sith Triumvirate. Nihilus, the Lord of Hunger, and Sion, the Lord of Pain, joined her in a pact dedicated to wiping out the Jedi. The three Sith Lords had different drives, but they shared a common enemy. Traya taught her new followers everything she knew about the dark side, including methods that Nihilus would use to devastating effect in the years to come. But as time passed, the pact began to crack. Nihilus cared nothing for ideas or cosmic freedom, he cared only for feeding. Sion grew tired of Traya's constant teachings, her whispers that crawled inside his skull. He believed that her focus on grasping and planning weakened the Sith. Both followers began to view their master as a barrier rather than a guide. Yet the betrayal came without warning in the heart of the Traya Academy. Sion and Nihilus confronted Traya in the Traya's core, the very chamber where she had first embraced the dark side. Working together, the two followers overpowered their master and did something that should have been impossible. They stripped Traya of her connection to the Force, cutting the bond that had defined her existence. Then, they expelled her from the academy she had rebuilt. For the second time in her life, Kreia found herself alone and abandoned by those she had tried to teach. The Jedi had blamed her for Revan's choices, and the Sith had thrown her away the moment her usefulness ended. Both orders had proven themselves unworthy of the knowledge she held, and light or dark made no difference because both paths led to the same prison. But Kreia was not finished. Somewhere in the galaxy, there existed one person who might grasp what she had learned. Mitra Surik, the former Jedi General who had survived the unspeakable trauma of Malachor V, through means the Jedi and Sith alike had always considered impossible. Kreia meant to find her. Chapter 6: The Wound in the Force. After Scion and Nihilus stripped her of the Force and expelled her from the Traya Academy, Kreia found herself in a position she had never expected to face. She was alone, weakened, and cut off from the cosmic energy that had defined her existence for longer than she could remember. The irony was not lost on her. She had spent years studying how the Force controlled the fates of living beings, and now she had been given an unwanted chance to experience life without that control firsthand. Most Force sensitives who suffered such a severing simply gave up and faded away, unable to picture existence without the power they had always relied upon. But Kreia refused to accept that fate. She had truths that still needed finding. She set aside the name Darth Traya and returned to her original identity, becoming simply Kreia once more. This was not a giving up of her goals, but a tactical retreat, a recognition that she needed to rebuild her strength before she could continue her war against the Force. The Sith triumvirate she had created was now hunting Jedi across the galaxy, with Nihilus consuming entire worlds to feed his endless hunger, and Scion leading strike teams that wiped out Force sensitives wherever they could be found. These campaigns served Kreia's purposes, even though she was no longer directing them. Every Jedi who fell meant one fewer servant of the unseen master she despised. However, Kreia needed something more than the blunt tools her former followers had become. Nihilus was a being so dependent on the Force that he had to consume it constantly just to keep existing. Soon, Scion was trapped by his own pain. Neither of them grasped what Kreia was truly trying to do. They thought she wanted power or revenge, or the end of the Jedi Order. These goals were too small, too limited by the normal thinking that trapped everyone who touched the Force. Kreia wanted something far more sweeping. She wanted to prove that the Force itself could be destroyed, and to do that, she needed a weapon that neither Jedi nor Sith had ever imagined possible. She found that weapon in the stories and rumors that reached her during her wanderings through Republic space. Somewhere in the galaxy, there existed a woman who had survived the trauma of Malachor V by doing what both Jedi and Sith doctrine claimed was impossible. She had severed her own connection to the Force and continued to live. Her name was Mitra Surik. Kreia became set on finding this woman. The campaign guide states that where Revan had been the heart of the Force, a being so deeply linked to that energy that his fate and its will were nearly the same thing. Surik was something entirely different. She was the death of the Force, a living wound that cut through the cosmic fabric like a blade through cloth. If one person could live without the Force, then perhaps everyone could. Still, the search proved harder than Kreia had expected. After the Mandalorian Wars ended, and the Jedi Council stripped Surik of her standing within the Order, the former general had vanished into the Outer Rim territories. She had wandered for years, staying ahead of anyone who might be looking for her, living under false names and avoiding any contact with Force sensitives who might recognize what she was. The Jedi believed she was simply another failed student who had left her training behind. The Sith did not know she existed at all. Only Kreia grasped the meaning of what Surik stood for, and only Kreia was driven enough to find her, despite the barriers in her way. The chance finally came when Jedi Master Atris, one of the few survivors of the Sith hunting campaigns, arranged for Surik's return to Republic space. Chronicles from this period indicate that Atris had her own reasons for wanting to find the former general, reasons rooted in personal betrayal and a desire to grasp how so many Jedi had fallen during and after the Mandalorian Wars. She exposed Surik's presence in Republic databases, hoping to use her as bait to draw the Sith who were hunting the remaining Jedi. This scheme played directly into Kreia's hands. Then, Kreia reached Surik aboard the Republic warship Harbinger before the Sith could get to her. Accounts from this period describe how an HK-50 hunter droid had already drugged the former general into unconsciousness, preparing to deliver her to whoever had placed the bounty on Jedi survivors. Kreia found Surik in this helpless state and moved her to the Ebonhawk, a freighter that had once belonged to Revan himself during his days as both Jedi Knight and Dark Lord. The ship barely escaped a Sith ambush led by Darth Scion, who had tracked his former master through means that Kreia had not foreseen. With both women unconscious and the vessel badly damaged, the droid T-3M4 piloted the Ebonhawk to the nearest safe harbor it could find, a mining facility on the asteroid of Paragus II. What happened during that journey would bind Kreia and Surik together in ways that neither of them fully grasped at first. While they lay unconscious in the damaged freighter, drifting through hyperspace towards an uncertain end, the two women reached out to each other through the Force. Surik's connection to that cosmic energy had been severed for years, but something in Kreia's presence awakened echoes of what she had once held. They strengthened each other without knowing it, each drawing comfort from the knowledge that she was not alone in the void that had swallowed her. By the time they reached Paragus, a force bond had formed between them, linking their fates in ways that would prove impossible to break without destroying them both. Kreia revealed the nature of this bond to Surik after they escaped the mining facility together. She explained that the connection between them could prove fatal, that if one of them fell, the other would likely follow. This was not entirely a lie, but it was not entirely the truth either. Kreia had deep experience with force bonds from her years of teaching, and she grasped how to shape connections for her own purposes. The bond gave her access to Surik's thoughts and feelings, allowed her to guide the younger woman's choices in subtle ways, and make sure that Surik could not simply abandon her teacher without risking her own end. It was a chain dressed up as a lifeline, a form of control that Surik would not recognize until it was far too late to break free. The escape from Paragus also brought Kreia face to face with one of her former followers for the first time since her exile. Darth Traya had followed them to the mining facility, set on wiping out both his former master and the last surviving Jedi in a single stroke. Kreia faced him alone, ordering Surik to flee while she held off the Lord of Pain. The duel that followed cost Kreia her left hand, severed by Sion's blade, in a moment of brutal swiftness. Because of their force bond, Surik felt the agony of this wound as if it had been inflicted on her own flesh. She experienced her new teacher's pain directly. Then, from the moment they escaped Paragus together, Kreia began reshaping Surik into the weapon she needed. She presented herself as a mentor figure, an elderly woman who wanted nothing more than to help her student reconnect with the Force and find her place in a galaxy that had cast her aside. She claimed that the Jedi Council had stripped her of her own Force connection, a lie designed to create shared ground between teacher and student. She suggested that together they might seek out the surviving members of the Council and prove that the Masters had been wrong about both of them. This goal gave Surik a purpose, a direction for the journey ahead, and it served Kreia's true aims perfectly while hiding them from view. Every lesson Kreia taught during their travels together was meant to challenge the beliefs that the Jedi Order had placed in Surik during her training. Sources from this era describe how Kreia would question every act of charity, every moment of compassion, forcing her student to consider the results of kindness rather than simply feeling good about helping others. These challenges were not random thinking exercises, they were aimed strikes on the foundations of Jedi training, meant to make Surik question everything she thought she grasped about compassion and service, and the nature of the Force itself. But beneath all the lessons and manipulation, something unexpected began to grow. Historical accounts reveal that Kreia came to care for Mistress Surik as a person, not merely as a tool to be used for her greater purpose. The bond between them worked both ways, and Kreia found herself drawn to her student's strength, her resilience, her ability to endure suffering that would have broken lesser beings. Surik had survived the trauma of Malachor V by cutting away part of herself, and yet she had not become bitter or cruel or consumed by darkness. She remained capable of compassion even after experiencing horrors that defied description. This growing attachment did not change Kreia's ultimate goals, but it did shape how she pursued them. She wanted Surik to survive what was coming, wanted her to carry forward the lessons she had learned into a future that Kreia herself might not live to see. The Force bond between them meant that Kreia would feel it if Surik fell, would share in her ending as surely as she had shared in the pain of losing her hand. Surik was not merely a student in Kreia's eyes, and she was not merely a weapon to be aimed at the Force and its servants. She was proof that everything Kreia believed was true, living evidence that the Force could be rejected and that life could continue without its grip. The teacher had found her proof, and now she needed to show the galaxy what that proof meant and why it threatened everything that both Jedi and Sith had built across thousands of years of endless conflict. Kreia did not seek anything as simple as power or revenge. The Jedi who exiled her believe she was bitter about losing her standing within the Order. The Sith who betrayed her assume she craved control over the galaxy like every Dark Lord before her. Even Mitra Surik, who traveled with Kreia for months and learned from her teachings every day, did not fully grasp her mentor's ultimate purpose until the very end of their journey together. Kreia was not fighting for control of the galaxy, she was fighting against the very idea of control itself, against the cosmic power that had been shaping every living being since the dawn of recorded history. Her hatred did not spring from wounded pride or personal loss, though she had suffered plenty of both during her long life. It came from something deeper and more troubling, a conclusion she had reached after decades of studying the Force and watching its effects ripple across the galaxy. Historical texts from this era reveal that Kreia came to view the Force as a conscious entity with its own will, a cosmic deity that controlled the fates of all living beings without any care for their individual desires or well-being. This belief set her apart from every other Force user in galactic history. The Jedi taught that the Force was a benevolent guide, a source of wisdom that would steer its servants towards peace and justice if they simply trusted in its currents. The Sith taught that the Force was a tool to be seized and bent to one's will, a source of power that rewarded those strong enough to claim it. Both views assumed that the relationship between Force users and the Force itself was something that the user could shape or direct. Kreia rejected both positions as dangerously naive. She believed that the Force shaped its users far more than they shaped it, and that the shaping served the Force's purposes rather than theirs. The evidence for this view seemed overwhelming once she began to look for it. Chronicles indicate that Kreia traced the greatest tragedies in galactic history back to conflicts between Force sensitives, wars that erupted again and again across thousands of years, and patterns that seemed almost designed to repeat themselves. The Jedi and Sith had been fighting each other since before the Republic existed, and their battles had claimed billions of lives without ever reaching any lasting resolution. Each time one side gained the upper hand, the other would rise again to challenge them. Each time peace seemed possible, new conflicts would arise to shatter it. The Force maintained its balance through war and suffering, and it will continue to do so for as long as living beings remain bound to its will. Yet what made this pattern so hateful in Kreia's eyes was the illusion of choice that it created. The Jedi believed they chose to serve the light. The Sith believed they chose to embrace the dark. But if the Force truly had a will of its own, then these choices were not really choices at all. They were responses to currents that flowed beneath the surface of awareness, impulses planted by a cosmic puppeteer that cared nothing for the hopes or dreams of the beings it controlled. Free will was a comfortable lie that the Force allowed its servants to believe, so they would keep playing their assigned roles. Records from this period show that Kreia blamed neither the Jedi nor the Sith for the horrors they had inflicted on the galaxy across the ages. They were victims just as much as villains, prisoners who did not know they were imprisoned. The true enemy was the Force itself, the cosmic tyrant that had created this endless cycle of conflict and suffering to serve purposes that no mortal mind could grasp. As long as the Force existed, there would be Jedi and Sith. As long as there were Jedi and Sith, there would be war. The only way to break the cycle was to break the power that sustained it, to wound the Force so deeply that it could never recover and impose its will on the galaxy again. Kreia had become fascinated with the concept of echoes and wounds in the Force. During her travels with Surik, she had found that certain tragedies could leave lasting damage to the cosmic fabric, disruptions that made the Force harder to hear and use in affected areas. The mass shadow generator at Malachor 5 had created such a wound when it wiped out tens of thousands of lives in a single instant. Darth Nihilus had become a walking wound. Mitra Surik had cut herself off from the Force entirely and continued to live, proving that the bond between life and the Force could be severed without ending either one. These discoveries convinced Kreia that her ultimate goal was achievable. If the Force could be wounded at Malachor 5, then it could be wounded elsewhere. If one person could survive without the Force, then perhaps everyone could learn to do the same. The campaign guide states that Kreia sought to use Surik's natural talent for forming Force bonds to create a wound far greater than the one at Malachor. This new wound would spread through every connection Surik formed, echoing outward through the galaxy until the Force itself was deafened and weakened beyond recovery. Still, she recognized the contradictions in her own position and did not try to hide from them. Kreia hated the Force, yet she continued to use it every day. She wanted to free the galaxy from cosmic control, yet she manipulated everyone around her to serve her own purposes. She compared herself to someone who studies poison, using a dangerous substance not because she enjoyed its effects, but because grasping its nature was the only way to learn how to destroy it. But she also admitted that this comparison might be nothing more than an excuse, the self-justification of someone who had grown dependent on a power she despised. This honesty about her own flaws set Kreia apart from both the Jedi and the Sith she criticized so harshly. The Jedi pretended that their service to the Force was entirely voluntary, that they chose the light because it was right, rather than because they had been shaped to choose it from childhood. The Sith pretended that their pursuit of power made them free, that embracing passion liberated them from the chains that bound their Jedi counterparts. Kreia saw through both pretenses. She knew that she was as trapped as anyone else, as dependent on the Force as the beings she mocked for their dependency. The difference was that she admitted it, and she was willing to destroy herself along with the Force if that was what freedom required. Her vision for the galaxy after the Force was gone remained deliberately vague. She did not know exactly what would happen if she succeeded in wounding the cosmic order beyond repair. Perhaps life would continue as before, just without the invisible hand guiding events towards balance. Perhaps Force sensitives would lose their powers entirely and become ordinary beings. Perhaps the shock would cause widespread suffering before a new equilibrium emerged. Kreia accepted all these possibilities because she believed that any future was better than the present, that even chaos was preferable to a destiny that had been written by something other than the people living it. Jedi archives note that Kreia dreamed of a galaxy that would refuse to submit to the will of the Force, where people would use whatever power they possessed without allowing that power to use them in return. She hoped to show through Surik's example that rejecting the Force made a person stronger rather than weaker, that the struggle of living without cosmic guidance produced more genuine strength than any lightsaber technique or meditation practice. This vision was not about creating a new order of Force users who followed Kreia's teachings instead of the Jedi or Sith doctrine. It was about ending the need for such orders entirely, freeing thinking beings from a cycle of conflict that had claimed countless lives without ever resolving anything. Yet she knew that both the Jedi and Sith would view her ideas as the ravings of a fanatic. Sources from this era suggest that Kreia chose to work from the shadows precisely because open advocacy of her views would have turned every Force user in the galaxy against her. She hid her true identity from those who might have recognized her, using her powers to cloud minds and erase memories so that she cannot move through the galaxy without drawing the attention of her many enemies. She did not preach her beliefs or try to convert followers through persuasion. She simply stated her views as the correct way of thinking and left others to accept or reject them as they chose. But what she could not accept was the alternative, a universe where nothing ever changed because nothing was allowed to change. The Force had been maintaining its balance for tens of thousands of years, and in all that time, the same patterns had repeated themselves over and over again. Jedi rose and fell. Sith rose and fell. Empires rose and fell. Billions lived and perished in wars that accomplished nothing except to set the stage for the next war. Kreia refused to believe that this was the only way things could be. Her war against destiny was ultimately a war against despair, dressed in the clothing of philosophy. She had watched the Force shape events for so long that she could no longer believe in meaningful choice unless she actively fought to make choice possible. Kreia did not want to destroy the Jedi or conquer the Sith, or establish herself as a ruler of the galaxy. Such goals were too small for someone who had been seen beyond the veil of cosmic manipulation. She wanted something that had never been attempted in all of galactic history, to wound a cosmic power so deeply that it could never recover and end destiny itself, leaving behind a universe where thinking beings could finally determine their own fates. The judgment of her plan would come soon, in the place where everything had begun and where everything would finally end. Chapter 7. The Last Lesson. The path to Malachor 5 led first through a series of confrontations that would strip away every illusion Kreia had carefully built around herself and her student. Demetra Surik had spent months traveling the galaxy at her teacher's side, seeking out the surviving members of the Jedi Council to learn why they had exiled her after the Mandalorian Wars. Kreia had encouraged this quest from the beginning, knowing that the journey would force Surik to question everything she thought she knew about the Order that had rejected her. But the answers waiting at the end of that journey would prove more painful than either the teacher or the student had fully prepared for. The surviving Jedi Masters finally gathered on Dantooine in the ruins of the Enclave that had once trained generations of Force users before the Sith Wars reduced it to rubble. Surik came seeking the truth about what had been done to her, and the Masters provided it in terms that shattered the story Kreia had told. Historical records from this era reveal that the Council had not stripped Surik of her Force connection after the war. She had done it to herself, unconsciously severing her own bond with the Force in order to survive the psychic trauma of Malachor V. The Council had merely recognized what had already happened and expelled her because they feared what she represented. In their eyes, she was a wound in the Force, a danger that could spread and consume everything it touched. Yet the Masters saw only a threat where Kreia had seen a possibility. They looked at Surik and perceived a hole in the cosmic fabric, an absence that could draw the Sith and destabilize the fragile balance they were trying to maintain. Their solution was as simple as it was brutal. They would finish what Surik had started, stripping away whatever connection to the Force remained within her and leaving her completely severed from the power that had defined her existence since childhood. They believed this was the only way to protect the galaxy from the wound she carried, the only responsible choice given the danger she posed. They did not ask her permission or offer any say in the matter. Kreia had anticipated this moment and positioned herself to intervene at exactly the right time. She emerged from hiding as the Masters prepared to carry out their judgment, and what happened next demonstrated just how far she had traveled from the Jedi scholar she had once been. Chronicles indicate that Kreia used a devastating Force technique to drain the life energy from all three Masters at once, severing their connection to the Force with the same brutal efficiency they had planned to use on Surik. The effect was immediate and absolute. The Masters collapsed and did not rise again, their bodies intact but somehow emptied of everything that had made them alive. Surik would later describe them as worse than lifeless, like an absence in the Force where living beings had stood only moments before. This act revealed the truth that Kreia had been building toward throughout her teachings. The Jedi Master had been so dependent on the Force that they could not survive without it. They had spent their entire lives drawing on that cosmic power, shaping their identities around their connection to it, until they had become unable to exist as separate beings. When Kreia cut that connection, they simply ceased to function, like machines whose power source had been removed. They were slaves who had never recognized their own chains, and their inability to live without the Force proved everything Kreia had been saying about the dangers of such total dependency. Surik was horrified by what her teacher had done, but Kreia offered no apologies. The Masters had been about to destroy Surik's last remaining link to the Force, to finish the severing she had begun at Malachor and leave her completely cut off. They had treated her as a problem to be solved, rather than a person to be helped. More importantly, they had demonstrated through their own end the very flaw that made the Jedi Order so dangerous. They preach wisdom and balance, but they could not imagine existence without the Force guiding their every thought and action. Then, the confrontation with Atris on Telos provided another lesson in the failures of the Jedi way. Sources from this period described how Kreia revealed that Atris, the master who had engineered Surik's return to Republic space as bait for the Sith, had herself fallen to the dark side without even recognizing what had happened to her. The Sith relics she had gathered in her academy had corrupted her thinking over the years, twisting her dedication to the Jedi Code into something rigid and hateful. She had convinced herself that she remained a servant of the light, even as darkness consumed her from within. Kreia saw in Atris a mirror of her own journey, proof that the line between Jedi and Sith was far thinner than either side wanted to admit. The trap Kreia had set for Darth Nihilus also came to fruition during this period. The campaign guide states that she had fed false information to a Sith agent named Tobin, telling him that many Jedi had gathered on Telos, when in truth, only one remained there. Nihilus, driven by his endless hunger to consume Force energy, brought his flagship, the Ravager, to Telos, expecting a feast. What he found instead was Meetra Surik, and the confrontation that followed proved that Kreia had chosen her weapon well. When Nihilus attempted to drain the life force from Surik the way he had drained entire worlds, his power had no effect. She was a wound in the Force, an absence rather than a presence, and his hunger could find nothing to consume. The Lord of Hunger fell at last, brought down by the very emptiness that Kreia had recognized as the key to destroying everything he represented. With Nihilus gone and the Jedi Masters eliminated, only one piece of unfinished business remained. Kreia returned to Malachor 5, the shattered world where her journey into darkness had begun years before. She confronted Darth Sion in the depths of the Traya Academy and forced him to submit to her will through sheer strength of presence. The Lord of Pain had once helped expel her from the Sith, had stripped her of her power, and had left her broken and alone. Now, she reclaimed her mantle as Darth Traya, taking command of what remained of the Triumvirate forces, and preparing for the final confrontation she had been working towards since the day she first found Meetra Surik unconscious aboard the Harbinger. Surik followed her teacher to Malachor, as Kreia had known she would. The bond between them made any other choice impossible, but before the student could face the teacher, she had to pass through Sion, who waited in the academy corridors with his broken body, held together by rage and pain. Historical texts describe how Surik confronted the Lord of Pain, not with violence, but with words, challenging him to examine the suffering that had defined his existence for so long. She forced him to see that his immortality was a prison rather than a gift, that clinging to life through sheer hatred meant never being free of the agony that consumed him. In the end, Sion chose to let go of his pain, and by releasing his grip on the Force, he was finally able to find the peace that had eluded him for years. He passed on at last, the first of Kreia's former apprentices, to prove that the chains of the Force could be broken. The Traya's core waited at the heart of the Academy, where Kreia prepared for the moment she had imagined more times than she could count. She had wondered whether Surik would come to save her or destroy her, whether a Jedi could find it within herself to show mercy to someone who had fallen so far. She had manipulated her student from the very beginning, used her as a weapon against enemies Surik barely understood, and lied to her about nearly everything that mattered. Yet some part of Kreia hoped that Surik would try to redeem her anyway, would offer her the compassion that Kreia herself had always dismissed as weakness. She wanted to see what her student was truly made of, whether the lessons she had taught had taken root, or whether Surik remained bound by the simple thinking of the Jedi who had trained her. The battle that followed pushed both women to their limits. Accounts from this era describe how Traya used her mastery of telekinetic combat to wield 3 lightsabers at once, each blade moving through the air with a will of its own, while she directed them through the Force. It was a display of power that few beings in galactic history had ever matched, proof that even after everything she had suffered, Kreia remained one of the most formidable Force users alive. But Surik had grown strong during their travels together, had reconnected with the Force in ways that even Kreia had not fully anticipated. She fought through the storm of blades and emerged victorious, standing over her fallen teacher in the chamber where so many had fallen before. Yet what happened next defied everything Kreia had taught about the weakness and compassion. Despite the lies and the manipulation, despite the fall of the Jedi Masters and the countless schemes that had brought them to this moment, Surik offered her teacher forgiveness. She tried to save Kreia, to pull her back from the darkness that had consumed her since she had first read those ancient Sith manuscripts and learned the terrible truth about the Force. Kreia had expected hatred or cold justice, the logical response to betrayal from someone who had been betrayed so thoroughly. Instead, she received something she had spent years dismissing as foolish and self-defeating. She received mercy from a student who had learned her lessons, but had not lost herself in them. Kreia told Surik that she had already saved her, though not in the way Surik imagined. The teacher had never truly expected to survive this confrontation, had known from the beginning that her war against the Force would likely claim her life before it reached its conclusion. But she had succeeded in something that mattered more than her own survival. She had found proof that the Force could be rejected, had trained a student who embodied that proof and had passed on her teachings to someone capable of carrying them forward into a future that Kreia herself would never see. Surik was the death of the Force made flesh, and through her, the galaxy might one day learn to free itself from cosmic tyranny. Then, in her final moments, Kreia's connection to the Force allowed her to perceive things that lay far beyond the present. Jedi archives note that she possessed the rare gift of prophecy, the ability to see echoes and events that had not yet happened rippling backward through time. She shared visions with Surik of companions and enemies, of futures that might unfold depending on choices not yet made. She foresaw Revan waiting somewhere in the unknown regions, still fighting the battle he had begun years before against threats the Republic could not imagine. Kreia sensed that Surik's path might lead her to follow Revan once again, though she recognized that teacher and student were different in ways that mattered. Revan was the heart of the Force. Surik was its death. Together, they might accomplish what neither could achieve alone. The Sith Lord who had wanted to destroy destiny itself surrendered at last to the very power she had spent her life trying to destroy. Her body remained in the Traya's core as Surik made her way back to the surface of Malachor 5, back to the ship that would carry her away from the broken world where so much had begun and ended. Behind her, the mass shadow generator activated one final time, as it had before. Malachor 5 tore itself apart in a cataclysm that matched the one that had ended the Mandalorian Wars years before. The wound in the Force that Kreia had studied and tried to replicate was finally closed, buried beneath the rubble of a world that had witnessed too much suffering to be allowed to endure. Chapter 8: Freedom at Any Cost. The Traya's Academy, where Kreia had found the Sith manuscripts that changed her worldview, the Traya's Core, where she had confronted her student for the final time, all of it had been reduced to debris scattered across the void. Somewhere in that rubble lay whatever remained of the woman who had called herself both Jedi Master and Dark Lord, who had served both the light and the dark before declaring war on the very power that made such distinctions possible. The question of what Kreia truly was has troubled historians and Force scholars for many generations since her passing from this existence. She does not fit neatly into the categories that most beings use to make sense of the galaxy. She was not simply a Jedi who fell to the dark side, though she certainly embraced Sith teachings during her time at the Traya's Academy. She was not simply a Sith Lord seeking power for its own sake. She stood outside the eternal conflict between light and dark, viewing both sides as equally flawed and equally enslaved to a cosmic force that cared nothing for their individual hopes or suffering. The Jedi would say she was wrong about the Force and its influence over the galaxy, that the Force is a source of wisdom and guidance. The Sith would also disagree, claiming the Force is a tool to be mastered. Both orders reject the idea that the Force itself might be the problem, that their endless conflict might be the result of cosmic manipulation. Yet, Kreia's observations about the patterns of galactic history remain difficult to dismiss entirely, and the wars between Force users do seem to repeat themselves across the centuries, claiming billions of lives without ever reaching any lasting resolution. Historical records from this era suggest that Kreia herself was aware of the contradictions in her position and did not try to hide from them. She used the Force every day, even as she plotted its destruction, and she manipulated others to serve her purposes, even as she claimed to value freedom and independent choice. This honesty about her own flaws sets her apart from the Jedi and Sith she criticized, who rarely acknowledge the contradictions inherent in their own beliefs. She knew she was a hypocrite, and she accepted that knowledge as the price of pursuing goals that mattered more than personal consistency. She certainly caused tremendous harm during her life. She trained Darth Nihilus and taught him the techniques he used to consume entire worlds, ending billions of lives to feed a hunger that could never be satisfied. She eliminated the surviving Jedi Masters on Dantooine. She manipulated her own student from the moment they met. By any normal measure, these actions would mark her as a villain deserving of condemnation. Yet the campaign guide notes that Kreia genuinely loved Meetra Surik, perhaps the only person she had ever truly cared about in her long life. She would have sacrificed the entire galaxy to preserve her student if the circumstances had demanded such a choice. This capacity for love sat alongside her capacity for cruelty, creating a portrait of someone far more complex than simple labels could capture. She was not evil for the sake of being evil. She did not take pleasure in causing suffering the way some Sith Lords did. She caused harm because she believed that harm was necessary to achieve something that mattered more than individual lives, including her own. Yet, the Jedi Council had cast her out for encouraging students to think for themselves. The Sith Triumvirate had cast her out for teachings they considered weak and distracting from the pursuit of pure power. Neither order could tolerate someone who refused to accept their fundamental assumptions about how the galaxy worked. This unique perspective gave her insights that neither Jedi nor Sith could access, but it also left her with no allies and no community that shared her vision. She was utterly alone in her war against destiny. Chronicles indicate that she acknowledged the harm that she had caused, alongside any good she might have done. For every benefit she had provided, she had inflicted equal damage elsewhere. The greatest Sith Lords in galactic history might have learned what they knew of evil from her teachings. She did not offer these observations as boasts or confessions, but simply as facts, recognizing that her legacy was as mixed and contradictory as her methods. She had tried to free the galaxy from cosmic control, and in pursuing that goal, she had become another source of suffering she claimed to oppose. And her ideas remain dangerous precisely because they contain elements of truth that are difficult to dismiss. The Force does seem to guide events in ways that individual beings cannot control or fully perceive. The wars between Jedi and Sith do seem to repeat themselves in patterns that suggest something deeper than random chance. The dependency that Force users develop on their powers does leave them vulnerable. Kreia pointed to these observations and drew conclusions that threatened everything both orders believed about themselves. She was wrong about so many things, but she was not wrong about everything. Mitra Surik carried those teachings forward after her mentor's passing, though she did not embrace them without question. Sources from this period describe how Surik went on to follow Revan into the unknown regions, seeking out the threats that had driven her former commander to become a Dark Lord in the first place. The companions who would travel with her became the foundation of what Kreia called the Lost Jedi, a new generation of Force users who would eventually rebuild the Order that had been nearly destroyed during the Sith hunting campaigns. But what can be said with certainty is that Kreia forced those who encountered her to question assumptions they had never examined before. She challenged the Jedi belief that compassion was always virtuous by pointing out the ways that helping others could weaken them. She challenged the Sith belief that power brought freedom by demonstrating how the pursuit of power created its own forms of slavery. She challenged the shared assumption of both orders that the Force was something to be served or mastered by suggesting that perhaps the Force was the enemy all along. These challenges did not make her right, but they did reveal gaps in thinking that neither Jedi nor Sith had been willing to acknowledge. The wound in the Force that Kreia had hoped to create never spread beyond Malachor V. The galaxy continued on much as it had before, with Jedi and Sith rising and falling in cycles that stretched across thousands of years. The cosmic balance she had sought to destroy remained intact, maintained by the same processes of conflict and sacrifice that had troubled her throughout her life. In that sense, her grand plan failed completely. The Force endured, and the beings who served it continued to play their roles in dramas they could not fully perceive or control. Nevertheless, something of her vision survived in the students she left behind. Surik had learned to question the easy certainties that most Force users accepted without examination. She had experienced life without the Force and discovered that existence remained possible even when that cosmic connection was severed. She had seen her teacher eliminate the Jedi Masters by stripping away their Force bonds, proving that dependency on the Force could become a fatal weakness. She used the Force without being consumed by it, maintained her connection without losing herself in dependency. In that balance, some echo of Kreia's teachings lived on. Historical texts describe Kreia as someone who saw herself as a mirror, reflecting deeper truths that others could not perceive on their own. She did not expect agreement or acceptance from those she taught. She simply presented her observations and allowed others to draw their own conclusions. She offered only questions, only challenges, only the unwavering insistence that comfortable beliefs deserve close examination. Her students either grew stronger through that process or broke under the weight of uncertainty she forced them to carry. In the end, Kreia finally surrendered her life to the very power she had spent decades trying to destroy. She had fought against the Force with every tool at her disposal, had manipulated and schemed, and sacrificed in pursuit of a freedom that always remained just out of reach. And when the moment came, she let go. Perhaps this was defeat, the final proof that her war had been unwinnable from the start. Or perhaps it was recognition that even the most determined will eventually tire. The galaxy remembers her as Darth Traya, the Lord of Betrayal. And the name fits as well as any other. She betrayed the Jedi who trained her by questioning their teachings. She betrayed the Sith who followed her by pursuing goals they could not comprehend. She betrayed her own student by manipulating her from the moment they met. And in a sense, she betrayed herself by failing to live up to the ideals of independence and self-reliance that formed the core of her philosophy. Betrayal defined her existence from beginning to end, both the betrayal she suffered and the betrayal she inflicted on others. Meetra Surik left the ruins of Malchor 5 behind, but she did not leave the lessons her teacher had given her. She carried those questions into the unknown regions, following the same path that Revan had walked years before, the heart of the Force and its death, traveling together into darkness to face whatever waited beyond the borders of known space. Their story continued long after Kreia's ended, shaping the fate of the galaxy in ways that would not become clear for generations to come. Kreia spent her life arguing that the galaxy's history was written by something no one could see. Not every turning point is that large though. Sometimes, it rests on a worn-out freighter that nobody expected anything from. In the entire history of the Star Wars galaxy, across thousands of years of war, empire, and rebellion, no ship has left a mark quite like the Millennium Falcon. It has been called a piece of junk by nearly everyone who's ever seen it for the first time. Its hyperdrive has failed at the worst moments imaginable, its hull is patched, its systems are illegal, and its maintenance log reads like a list of near-death experiences. And yet, this worn-out Corellian freighter has been present at some of the most decisive moments in galactic history. It carried the people who destroyed the Death Star, it helped end the galactic civil war, and when the galaxy needed someone to answer the call one final time, this same battered freighter was the one that flew. What makes this story worth telling is not the ship itself, it is everything the ship survived. No other vessel in the Star Wars galaxy passes through so many different hands, serves so many different masters, and still ends up at the center of every crisis that matters. In both canon and legends, the Falcon's history stretches back 60 years before the Battle of Yavin, through the hands of criminals, loyalists, gamblers, rebels, and scavengers who each left their mark on it. It was never the most polished vessel in any docking bay it sat in. It was never the most respected, but from a factory floor on Corellia to the final battles that determined the fate of the galaxy, it kept flying, and the galaxy kept needing it to. Drawing on both the current canon and the Legends continuity of the expanded universe, the Falcon's full history deserves both timelines to be told properly. Chapter 1. Born a Nobody. Before there was a legend, there was a serial number. Before there was a Millennium Falcon, there was a plain, unremarkable light freighter rolling off a production line on the planet Corellia, a ship that no one in the galaxy would have looked at twice. Around 60 BBY, 60 years before the Battle of Yavin, the Corellian Engineering Corporation completed a standard issue YT-1300 light freighter designated YT-492727 ZED. It was a workhorse vessel built for cargo hauling, designed for reliability rather than speed or glory. It had a distinctly flat disc-like hull with two forward cargo mandibles jutting from its nose, a side-mounted cockpit, and just enough room inside to haul freight and not much else. The YT-1300 model was everywhere in the galaxy. Thousands of them ferried goods between planets, navigated trade routes, and served as the backbone of independent shipping operations. There was absolutely nothing special about serial number 492727 ZED. It was one ship among many, built for a galaxy that needed goods moved from one place to another and cared very little about how that happened. In canon, the early ownership history of the ship is somewhat murky. Records from the Bureau of Ships and Services, the galactic authority responsible for tracking transponder registrations and ownership, were inconsistently maintained, and many transactions involving smaller freighters went unregistered. What canon does confirm is is that the ship eventually passed through several hands before entering the possession of Lando Calrissian, the smooth-talking gambler and smuggler who would give the vessel the name the galaxy came to know. The Legends continuity, however, fills in the earlier chapters of the ship's life with remarkable detail, drawn primarily from James Luceno's novel Millennium Falcon, published in 2008. According to Legends, after leaving the CEC production line under the name Corel's Pride, the ship was first operated by Corel Industries Limited, a corporate owner with little attachment to the freighter beyond its usefulness as a transport vessel. The ship changed names repeatedly in those early decades, cycling through aliases like Fickle Flyer and Meadle's Misery as it passed between owners, each one leaving a small mark on the ship's growing patchwork of wear and modifications. Then, around 48 BBY, a pair of sibling smugglers named Cal and Dova Brigger purchased the ship, then operating under the ironic name Jackpot, and rechristened it the Hardwired. They upgraded its hyperdrive and ran illicit cargo through the core worlds under the protection of a criminal consortium called the Smugglers Confederation of the Kularen System. Greed undid them. When they crossed the Confederation's strict prohibition against the slave trade, a bounty followed immediately. Dova was captured and executed. Cal renamed the ship the Wayward Sun, changed its registry, and threw in his lot with a loose collective of pirates led by a retired smuggler named Iako Stark. It would prove to be his final mistake. During a mission gone wrong on the planet Troikan, Cal Brigger was killed, leaving the Wayward Sun adrift with no captain and no future. It was a pattern the ship knew well by now, outliving every person who thought they owned it. The ship sat without a clear owner for 15 years, passed between minor operators and registry changes, carrying the scars of its troubled history. Then, in 29 BBY, it found what may have been its most purposeful chapter yet, as a tool of resistance. A standard freighter that had survived death, crime, and betrayal was about to be handed to some of the most principled people in the Republic, and became part of a secret war against the galaxy's darkest ambitions. Chapter 2: The Stellar Envoy. By the time the Clone Wars erupted across the galaxy, this humble freighter had already lived several lifetimes, but its most consequential chapter was just beginning. Around 29 BBY, a secretive organization known as the Republic Group purchased the aging freighter and registered it under a new name, the Stellar Envoy. The Republic Group was, on the surface, a trade organization promoting economic cooperation between Coruscant, Corellia, and Alderaan. In truth, it was a clandestine network of loyalists, senators, Jedi sympathizers, and political operatives who believed Chancellor Palpatine's administration was dragging the Republic towards authoritarianism. The Stellar Envoy became their covert courier, flying sensitive documents, encrypted communications, and carefully chosen cargo on missions that the Republic Group's members hoped would help preserve the democracy they feared was slipping away. 2 pilots were assigned to care for the ship and fly it wherever the Republic Group needed. Tobe Jadak, a former swoop racer with exceptional skills at the controls, and his best friend, Rhys Derman. For roughly a decade, Jadak and Derman maintained the Stellar Envoy meticulously. The ship received professional upkeep, careful modifications, and the attention of 2 men who genuinely cared about its condition. They'd even reached an informal agreement with the Republic Group's leadership to eventually purchase the Envoy for themselves, a dream they carried with them through years of secretive service. That dream was destroyed in an instant near the end of the Clone Wars. In 19 BBY, the same year Anakin Skywalker fell to the dark side, the Jedi Order was destroyed, and the Galactic Empire rose from the ashes of the Republic. The Stellar Envoy was flying a top-secret delivery run above the moon of Nar Shaddaa, known throughout the valley as the Smuggler's Moon. A massive bulk freighter called the Gendarian Valley 3 collided with the Envoy without warning. Rhys Derman was killed instantly. Tobe Jadak was thrown into a coma so severe that he would not wake for nearly 60 years. The Stellar Envoy, catastrophically damaged, was left to drift in the orbital junkyard surrounding Nar Shaddaa. In canon, a parallel moment connects the Millennium Falcon to the pivotal events of Revenge of the Sith. Shortly before Anakin Skywalker's fall, the Stellar Envoy is briefly visible in a docking bay on Coruscant, present at one of history's most tragic turning points, unknowingly sharing space with the man who would become Darth Vader. It is a small detail, but a remarkable one. The ship, which would go on to help destroy the Empire, was physically present at the moment the Empire was born. The wreck of the Stellar Envoy did not remain in the junkyard for long. A salvager named Bami Decree, operating with backing from a small-time crime lord named Reg Taunt, purchased what remained of the freighter as scrap. What Decree found was a ship that looked destroyed, but still had bones worth saving. Using components stripped from a scrap YT-1300P passenger variant, a slightly different configuration than the original, the Kree's team reconstructed the Envoy from its core outward. It emerged from this process as a fundamentally rebuilt vessel, with updated systems and a hybrid frame that blended old and new Corellian engineering. The ship then passed through a series of owners over the following years, each adding small modifications and leaving behind traces of their time at the controls. One owner, a pilot named Quip Fargill, gave the ship a name that would stick, naming it after the Bat Falcon, a bird known for its speed, agility, and predatory grace. Over time, through further registry changes and informal transactions, that name evolved, and somewhere in the murk of unregistered deals and unnamed middlemen, the freighter ended up in the hands of a man who would define it forever. The galaxy's most famous ship was about to get the most important owner it would ever have, and he would rename it something the entire galaxy would one day know by heart. Chapter 3: Lando's Pride. A gambler, a showman, and one of the most naturally gifted pilots in the galaxy, Lando Calrissian did not merely own the Millennium Falcon, he created it. At some point during the years of the Galactic Empire's early reign, canon places this around 10 BBY. The gambler and smuggler Lando Calrissian won the YT-1300 freighter in a game of sabacc. It was Lando who registered the vessel under the name that would become legendary, the Millennium Falcon, and it was Lando who, with considerable investment and his characteristically impeccable taste, transformed the ship from a battered workhorse into something extraordinary. Lando's vision for the Falcon was shaped by two priorities that most ship owners never managed to balance. He wanted it to be fast, and he wanted it to be comfortable. The outside was fitted with streamlined Durasteel plating that gave the ship a sleeker, more refined silhouette than the factory standard model. The forward cargo mandibles, originally designed to carry freight containers, were converted into an auxiliary craft launch, a modification that fundamentally changed the ship's profile and gave it a unique versatility. Military-grade deflector shield generators were installed, giving the Falcon survivability that far exceeded what a civilian freighter had any business carrying. Engine enhancements pushed the ship's atmospheric top speed to an impressive 745 miles per hour, and the hyperdrive was modified to a class that exceeded standard military specifications. Inside, Lando's personal style was stamped everywhere. Custom-built luxury cabins replaced the Spartan crew quarters of the original configuration. A sophisticated entertainment system and finely appointed interior touches made the Falcon feel less like a freighter and more like a private yacht designed for a man who refused to be uncomfortable regardless of what line of work he was in. Most famously, Lando maintained a dedicated closet for his collection of capes, a detail that tells you almost everything you need to know about what kind of ship owner Lando Calrissian was. Lando also flew the Falcon with his co-pilot, the droid L337, a self-assembled, highly opinionated navigator who had modified herself over the years to become something genuinely unique among droids. L337 was passionate, outspoken, and equipped with navigational capabilities that bordered on the supernatural. She knew hyperspace routes that standard Navi computers could not plot, and she flew the Falcon with a precision and confidence that matched her captain's own skills. Together, Lando and L337 used the Millennium Falcon to build a successful, if thoroughly illegal, career throughout the Imperial era. The Falcon's defining trial under Lando's ownership came when he was hired by a crew that included an ambitious young smuggler named Han Solo. The job was a coaxium heist on the planet Kessel, a mining colony that produced the raw hyperfuel that powered virtually every starship in the galaxy. The operation spiraled into chaos almost immediately. Imperial interference turned a calculated theft into a desperate escape, and when Lando was injured during the breakout, Han Solo grabbed the controls. What followed was the Kessel Run, and it made history. Han navigated the Millennium Falcon through the Maelstrom, a terrifying region of collapsed stars, gravitational anomalies, and debris fields surrounding Kessel. Standard pilots avoided this route because no Navi computer could reliably plot a safe path through it. But L337 was not a standard Navi computer. When her physical body was destroyed during the escape from Kessel's surface, Lando uploaded her consciousness into the Falcon's navigational system, and suddenly, the ship could do what other ships could not. With L337's routing and Han's piloting, the Millennium Falcon completed the Kessel Run in under 12 parsecs, taking a dramatically shorter and far more dangerous route than anyone had ever managed. Chewbacca, who was present at the controls, later noted the real distance was closer to 13 parsecs. Han predictably insisted on rounding down. The triumph came at a devastating cost to the ship's appearance. By the time the Falcon landed on the planet Savareen, Lando's pristine modifications were largely gone. The auxiliary craft had been lost. The sleek exterior plating was stripped and battered. The ship looked, for the first time, like the iconic hunk of junk the galaxy would come to know. Lando, heartbroken at the state of his beloved vessel, retreated from the scene. He and Han parted on bitter terms, their relationship complicated by the events of the Kessel Run, the loss of L-337, and the damage to the ship. Han pursued Lando to Numidian Prime, where he challenged him to a rematch at Sabacc. The game was legendary. Both men claimed the other cheated, and both men were probably right. The result was not. Han Solo walked away with the Millennium Falcon, and the ship entered the chapter of its life that would define it for the rest of galactic history. The ship Lando had named, modified, and loved had just passed to the man who would make it immortal, and the galaxy had no idea what was coming. Chapter 4. Han Solo's Falcon. For 10 years, Han Solo and Chewbacca flew the Millennium Falcon through every dangerous corner of the galaxy, and they made it look effortless. Han Solo's approach to the Millennium Falcon was almost the exact opposite of Lando's. Where Lando had polished and pampered, Han stripped and reinforced. He replaced what the Kessel Run had broken, made the modifications he needed, and deliberately left the ship looking as battered and unremarkable as possible. A worn-out freighter drew no attention. In the smuggling business, invisibility was often more valuable than speed, though the Falcon, under Han's constant tinkering, had plenty of both. Over the decade that Han and Chewbacca flew together before the events of A New Hope, the Millennium Falcon accumulated a reputation that made it famous in the criminal underworld. Illegal modifications built up layer upon layer, some installed by Han, some by Chewbacca, some by mechanics they trusted in ports across the galaxy. The quad laser cannons mounted on the ship's dorsal and ventral positions gave it serious combat capability for a civilian vessel. Shield generators were repeatedly upgraded. The hyperdrive, that critical and perpetually temperamental system that would cause Han no end of grief, was modified and remodified until it achieved the Class 0.5 rating that made the Falcon, in theory, twice as fast through hyperspace as even the best Imperial military vessels. The Falcon's sublight engines, its sensor systems, its smuggling compartments hidden beneath the deck plating, all of it was shaped by Han's hands and Chewbacca's expertise over years of hard use. Yet the ship's greatest role was still ahead of it. Everything changed at a cantina in Mos Eisley on the desert planet Tatooine when a Jedi Master named Obi-Wan Kenobi sat down with Han Solo and offered him a charter. Kenobi, traveling with a young farm boy named Luke Skywalker, 2 droids, and a desperate need to reach the planet Alderaan, had heard that Han's ship was fast. Han confirmed it with characteristic confidence, citing the Kessel Run and claiming the Falcon could outrun Imperial warships. Luke Skywalker took one look at the battered freighter in its docking bay and called it a piece of junk. He was technically not wrong. He was also missing everything that actually mattered. The charter to Alderaan became the defining mission of the Falcon's life. Before the ship ever left Tatooine, stormtroopers attacked the docking bay, and the Falcon blasted its way out with TIE fighters in pursuit, making the jump to hyperspace just ahead of capture. When the ship emerged from hyperspace near Alderaan's coordinates, the planet was gone, destroyed by the Empire's Death Star. The Falcon was pulled into the Death Star by a tractor beam, setting in motion a chain of events that would reshape the entire galaxy. Han, Luke, and a rescued Princess Leia escaped the battle station, and then Han Solo did something no one expected. He came back. The Millennium Falcon swept in from above during the Battle of Yavin, its guns blazing, knocking Darth Vader's TIE fighter from Luke Skywalker's tail at the precise moment Luke needed a clear shot at the Death Star's exhaust port. Luke destroyed the Death Star, the rebellion survived, and the Millennium Falcon, a ship that had spent 60 years going nowhere in particular, had just changed the course of galactic history. The years that followed were filled with the chaos of a galaxy at war. At the Battle of Hoth, the Falcon's hyperdrive failed at the worst possible moment, a recurring theme that would test Han's patience repeatedly throughout the war. Han and Chewbacca were forced to hide from Imperial pursuit inside an asteroid field, making repairs under fire. They eventually made it to Cloud City on Bespin, where Lando Calrissian, now the Baron Administrator of the mining colony, offered them refuge. It was a trap. Darth Vader used the Falcon and its crew as bait to lure Luke Skywalker into a confrontation. Han Solo was frozen in carbonite. Lando, consumed by guilt at his betrayal, defected to the rebellion and helped Leia, Chewbacca, and the droids escape on the Millennium Falcon, a ship he had once owned and still clearly loved. They recovered Han from the crime lord Jabba the Hutt on Tatooine, reuniting the crew. And then came Endor. Han Solo led a ground mission to destroy the shield generator protecting the second Death Star, lending the Falcon to Lando one final time. Lando flew it into the Battle of Endor as part of the Rebel Alliance's assault fleet, diving into the second Death Star's superstructure with Wedge Antilles in his X-Wing at his side. They fired concussion missiles into the main reactor and raced for the exit as the station came apart around them, emerging from the explosion with seconds to spare. The Empire's greatest weapon was destroyed, the Galactic Civil War was effectively over, and the Millennium Falcon had played a role in ending it. A ship that had been called a piece of junk had just helped end an empire, but even legends do not retire gracefully, and the Falcon's story was far from finished. Chapter 5. After the War. The Battle of Endor brought the Galactic Empire to its knees, but it did not bring peace, and the Millennium Falcon flew through the chaos of what came after, though in two very different ways depending on which timeline you follow. In the Legends continuity, the Millennium Falcon remained an active instrument of the New Republic for decades following the Battle of Endor. Han and Chewbacca flew the ship through the final campaigns to mop up Imperial remnants, including a mission to Kashyyyk, Chewbacca's home world, where they helped liberate thousands of Wookiee slaves still held under Imperial occupation. The Falcon participated in some of the New Republic's most critical early victories, carrying Han, Leia, and their allies through a galaxy still bleeding from years of war. In Legends, Han and Leia eventually married and had 3 children, the twins Jason and Jaina Solo, and a younger son named Anakin Solo. The Millennium Falcon remained their family ship, worn, beloved, and impossibly full of memories, as the Solo family built their lives in a galaxy slowly finding its footing under New Republic rule. Han stepped back from active smuggling, but never truly stepped back from the Falcon, tinkering with it endlessly and flying it whenever the galaxy called. The Legends timeline eventually stretched decades beyond Endor, taking the Falcon through the Yuuzhan Vong War, a catastrophic invasion by an extragalactic species that brought the New Republic to the edge of annihilation. The Yuuzhan Vong were unlike any enemy the galaxy had faced. They were immune to the Force, their technology was biological rather than mechanical, and they came with the deliberate intention of destroying everything the New Republic had built. At one point during that war, Coruscant itself fell, the Solo family lost people they loved, and through all of it, the Millennium Falcon flew, battered, remodified, and completely outclassed on paper by the enemy it kept running from and fighting back against. The ship that had helped end the Empire refused to stop being useful in a galaxy that needed it to survive something far worse. The canon timeline tells a quieter and more tragic version of the aftermath. Han and Leia had a son, Ben Solo, but the pressures of their lives and the galaxy drove them apart. Han, without the war to fight and without Leia beside him, drifted. He lost the Falcon to a criminal named Gannis Duquesne, who subsequently lost it to 2 thieves known as the Irving Boys, who in turn lost it to the junk boss Unkar Plutt on the desert planet Jakku. The Falcon sat under a tarp on Jakku for years, stripped of parts, forgotten. The ship that had outrun Star Destroyers and flown through the core of a dying Death Star was being slowly picked apart for scrap on a dead world. It was the most inglorious chapter in the Falcon's history, and it is what makes what happened next so remarkable. Then, 2 people stumbled aboard it in a desperate run from Jakku's First Order occupation, a scavenger named Rey and a defected stormtrooper named Finn. The Falcon launched from Jakku's sand in rough condition, trailing components and firing in all directions. But it flew because the Millennium Falcon always flew. High above the planet, Han Solo and Chewbacca were waiting. They found their ship, and for one last time, Han Solo sat in the Millennium Falcon's cockpit and went to work. The Falcon flew Han to his death on Starkiller Base, where his son Ben, now the First Order commander Kylo Ren, killed him on a gantry above a thermal oscillator. Rey and Chewbacca escaped in the Falcon, and from that point forward, the ship belonged to a new generation. Rey flew it to Acto to find Luke Skywalker. She flew it at the Battle of Kreia, threading through crystal caverns with Chewbacca at her side, drawing First Order TIE fighters away from the escaping resistance. She flew it to Exegol, the hidden Sith world, where a fleet assembled from across the galaxy, summoned by Lando Calrissian, who took the Falcon's controls one last time, destroyed the Sith Eternal, and ended Palpatine's final resurrection. A ship born on a factory floor, passed between criminals and loyalists and gamblers and heroes, had survived everything the galaxy could throw at it, and it had carried the fight to the very end. Chapter 6: Fastest Hunk of Junk. Every pilot who ever sat in the Millennium Falcon's cockpit said the same thing. The ship felt alive, not metaphorically, not as a figure of speech. It responded in ways that no stock freighter had any right to respond. It anticipated, it compensated, it survived things that should have killed it, and it did so with a consistency that went beyond engineering and into something pilots struggle to explain. Understanding why requires looking at what the Falcon actually became across 60 years of modifications, disasters, and the hands of people who refused to let it die. Start with what the Falcon was before it became anything at all. The baseline YT-1300F, the freight-configured variant that rolled off the Corellian Engineering Corporation line around 60 BBY, was built to move cargo, not to matter. Its flat saucer hull minimized atmospheric drag. Its offset cockpit gave the pilot decent forward visibility. Its two mandibles up front held freight containers and nothing more. As a factory standard vessel, it was competent and completely forgettable. One of thousands of identical ships doing identical work across the galaxy. Nobody looked at a stock YT-1300 twice. That anonymity, it turned out, was one of the most useful things it ever had going for it. What transformed it began with Lando's military-grade deflector shields, a modification that gave the Falcon survivability far beyond civilian specs and laid the foundation for everything that came after. The engine enhancements Lando installed pushed the ship's speed dramatically above stock ratings. Then came the hyperdrive. The Falcon's Class 0.5 hyperdrive, the system that allowed Han Solo to brag with genuine justification, was the result of multiple modifications layered over decades of ownership. A Class 1 hyperdrive is considered the standard for military vessels. The Falcon's Class 0.5 system was, in theory, twice as fast, capable of plotting and executing jumps that left Imperial Star Destroyers unable to give chase once the ship cleared a gravity well. The catch, and there always was a catch, was that extreme modifications to a hyperdrive made the system temperamental to the point of near unreliability. This was not a minor inconvenience. This was the kind of failure that got people killed. The Empire Strikes Back made this legendary. The Falcon's hyperdrive failed repeatedly during the escape from Hoth, failed again at the asteroid field, and only jumped to lightspeed after R2-D2 discovered that Imperial technicians had deliberately sabotaged it at Cloud City. Han Solo spent more hours under the Falcon's deck plating, cursing at that hyperdrive, than almost any other activity in his adult life. And yet, when it worked, nothing in the galaxy could catch it. The L337 integration deserves its own recognition as one of the ship's defining technical characteristics. When Lando uploaded L337's droid mind into the ship's microaxial Rubicon astrogation computer after her destruction on Kessel, he gave the Falcon something that no Navicomputer algorithm could replicate: genuine navigational intuition. L337 had spent years developing her own hyperspace routing data, collecting knowledge of lanes and shortcuts and safe passages that standard charts did not contain. That knowledge, now resident in the Falcon's computer, explained many of the ship's remarkable navigational achievements. Crew members flying with the Falcon over the years reported a feeling that the ship seemed to anticipate routes, suggest alternatives, and respond to navigation problems with an almost organic intelligence. The ship, in a very real sense, carried L337's consciousness within it long after her body was gone. Han's own modifications over the decade before A New Hope added the combat capabilities that made the Falcon dangerous as well as fast. The dual quad laser cannons, one on the dorsal hull and one on the ventral, gave the ship genuine firepower against both fighters and larger targets. Sensor jammers allowed the Falcon to disappear from tracking systems in a way no legitimate civilian vessel had any business being able to do. The smuggling compartments hidden beneath the floor plating, the ones that conceal Luke, Han, Leia, and the droids from the Death Star's inspection teams, were standard on the Falcon before Han even owned it, but Han maintained them carefully and used them often. The ship also carried the scars of its history in its very structure. Landing gear legs lost during the Kessel Run were never fully replaced, giving the Falcon an asymmetric landing stance that veteran pilots had to account for. The sensor dish, the large circular radar array that sat atop the main hull, was lost at the Battle of Endor, replaced by a rectangular dish for the Falcon's later life. Each battle, each job, each desperate run left the ship slightly different from what it had been before. The Millennium Falcon was, in a meaningful sense, a palimpsest, a vessel written and rewritten by every hand that had ever held its controls. Every dent in the Falcon's hull was a story, every patch on its hull plating was a survival, and together they made it the most remarkable ship in the galaxy, not despite its imperfections, but because of them. Chapter 7: The Falcon's Legacy. Every generation that has told the story of the Star Wars galaxy has eventually come back to this ship. There is a reason for that. The Millennium Falcon is not the biggest ship in the galaxy, nor the most powerful, nor the most technologically advanced. It is a 60-year-old freighter held together by the mechanical genius of a Wookiee, the stubborn pride of its pilots, and what might generously be described as optimism about the hyperdrive. And yet, the list of what the ship has done reads like the history of the galaxy itself. The Millennium Falcon was present at the Battle of Yavin, where the first Death Star died. It flew through the second Death Star's collapsing structure at the Battle of Endor. It answered the call at Exegol when the galaxy needed someone to come. It carried Obi-Wan Kenobi to his final mission, transported Luke Skywalker to his destiny, sheltered Princess Leia, smuggled droids carrying the plans that saved the rebellion, and served as home to Han Solo and Chewbacca for the most important years of either of their lives. It later carried Rey, a young woman from nowhere with nothing, across the galaxy to face every challenge the dark side could create. In the Legends timeline, the Falcon served the New Republic through decades of further conflict, passing into the history of the Solo family and the wider galactic story as one of its most enduring constant presences. In canon, it endures as a ship that has outlived the people who loved it most and keeps flying with the ones who love it now. Both continuities agree on what the Millennium Falcon ultimately represents: the idea that the most valuable things in the galaxy are not always the most impressive at first glance. That a ship, a worn, imperfect, perpetually unreliable ship, can become greater than its specifications through the weight of what it has survived and the quality of who has flown it. That history is not made by the strongest or fastest or the most polished. It is made, more often than not, by whoever refuses to quit. The Millennium Falcon has been refusing to quit since 60 BBY. Every generation of Star Wars storytelling finds a reason to bring it back, and that reason is simple. Some ships carry cargo, some carry firepower. The Falcon carried history, and it kept flying long after everyone expected it to stop. She may not look like much, but she's always had it where it counts. That is where we will leave it tonight. Sleep well, and if you're still awake and want something else to drift off to, there are more hours of quiet Starship lore waiting whenever you need them. Play it next.